Senhoras e senhores, pedimos a todos que
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. And please turn off your mobile phones or set them into silent mode. In some minutes, we are going to start our opening ceremony of our global multi-stakeholder meeting on the future governance of the Internet.
Ei, som, testando som. Ei, som, testando, 1, 2.
Mais uma vez pedimos a
Please take your seats and turn off your mobile phones and or set them into silent mode. In a few minutes, we will start off our opening ceremony of the global multi-stakeholder meeting on the future of Internet governance.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, in some minutes, we will start off the opening ceremony of the global multi-stakeholder meeting on the future of Internet governance.
Es mi internet.
Muy internet.
Internet.
Esta é a nossa internet.
This is my internet.
My internet.
Esse é
é a minha internet.
This is my internet.
Esta é
C'est mon internet.
Esta é a minha internet.
internet.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of Brazil, Her Excellencies Dilma Rousseff, with the Minister of Communication, Paulo Bernardo, and the Chairman of NETmundial, Virginio Almeida, and the Mayor of São Paulo, Fernando Haddad, the CEO of ICANN, Faji Shehadeh, and the representative of the technical sector and creator of the web, Tim Berners-Lee, representative of the private sector and vice president of Google, Vint Cerf, and the representative of the civil society, co-founder of Love, Lena Wakama.
dando início a
We are starting off this effort, and we are going to listen to the national anthem of Brazil.
Ouviremos neste momento
We are going to listen the words of the Minister of Communications, Paulo Bernardo.
Muito bom dia, senhora
Good morning, Mrs. Her Excellency Dilma Rousseff, members here and participants of this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Brazil and to NETmundial. We are very proud and feel very responsible for receiving you in São Paulo. All of you who care about internet in the future have reasons for being pleased with what we are going to do today. This meeting is the concretization of all our wishes. We needed an adequate environment for this to be voiced. We believe that NETmundial is this environment we need, free, participative, and plural, as well as the internet we believe in. And this is so because the concern that gets us together is greater than the concerns of each party. We either discuss the internet on this table or otherwise we'll have no future for the internet from the very first moment. The different stakeholders got involved in the organization of this event, and the proof of this involvement is here in the great diversity of contributions received. We also have here many authorities and participants. We'd like to thank each one of you and congratulate each one of you from different countries. We're all protagonists of a historical moment. And today what we have before us is a challenge to make the most for all the different opinions in favor of a unique path. This path has a very straight sense of orientation, a free and unfragmented internet. That's the best that we can have, the capacity to connect, to mobilize, to innovate, to create richness, cultural or whatever, and respect the links. So internet being ruled by more people could reach more people in the world. So I wish that when we leave São Paulo, we can celebrate a new and promissory beginning. This is our responsibility here, and thank you very much, and have a good meeting. Thank you.
Em seguida, o senhor...
Now, Mr. Wu Ongbo, Secretary General of the United Nations for Business Matters, will deliver his message from the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon.
Your Excellency, President Russell, distinguished ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here with you for this important event. It is my great pleasure to deliver a message on behalf of the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. Here I quote, "I thank the government of Brazil for hosting the NETmundial meeting, and I commend this global multi-stakeholder nature. Only through inclusive and bottom-up participation will we be able to foster an accessible, open, secure, and trustworthy internet. The internet is transforming societies in all regions. It is the backbone of our global economy and essential vehicle for disseminating information and ideas. 1/3 of people now have access to the internet and the knowledge and the tools it provides. Increasing number of people now have a platform to voice their opinions and participate in society, from commerce to democratic decision-making. That is why it is essential that internet governance policies continue to foster freedom of expression and the free flow of information. The internet and the information society hold tremendous promise for the post-2015 development agenda. The internet can strengthen efforts to eradicate poverty, address inequality, and protect and renew the planet's resources. But realizing the promise means expanding internet access, to nearly 1.3 billion people who currently lack it. Most are in developing countries, and there are significant gender gaps. Internet governance must therefore work to bridge the digital divide through inclusive, rights-based policies. Internet governance should aim for universal access to an interoperable, globally connected, and safe online space. To this end, the principles of the World Summit on the Information Society remain relevant. The United Nations invites all stakeholders to join in the ongoing summit review process. Confidence in the Internet and its governance is vital if it is to be effectively contribute to the sustainable development. In this connection, I wish to inform the meeting I intend to appoint Ambassador Jānis Kāklins of Latvia as chair of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group of the Internet Governance Forum. I count on Mr. Kāklins to promote strengthened Internet governance through broader participation, not only by governments, but also the private sector and civil society, including the academic and the technical communities. Building consensus on the roadmap for the future of Internet governance is crucial. This NETmundial is an important milestone. I wish you a productive meeting, unquote. Thank you very much. On behalf of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA, I would like to thank Brazil and the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee for not only hosting this important meeting, but also for being consistent supporters of Internet Government Forum. The RGF community looks forward to returning to Brazil for the second time for the 10th RGF in 2015. Thank you very much.
A seguir, ouviremos.
Now we are going to listen Mrs. Nina Wackerman, a representative of the civil society and contributor of the Open Source Foundation of Africa.
Oh la la. Right. Your Excellencies, colleagues, present and remote, ladies and gentlemen, bon dia. My name is Nina, and I come from the internet. I also come from a diverse civil society teams and networks, one of which is the team that works with the World Wide Web Foundation. At the Web Foundation, we are engaged in the Alliance for Affordable Internet. We're engaged in the Web We Want campaign, the Web Index, and open data initiatives. One thing I do for a living is to establish the open web as a global public good and the basic right, ensuring that everyone can access and use it freely. That's what I do. I also belong to the Best Bit Civil Society platform, the Internet Governance Caucus for the past 12 years, and the Africa Internet Governance Forum. So for me, NETmundial, in convening us to take a critical look are the principles and roadmap for the future of the internet governance avails me with an opportunity to raise 3 key issues. The first issue is access. As much as 2/3 of the world's population is not yet connected to the internet. The penetration rates in developed countries average around 31%, but in Africa, where I come from, we're about 16%. In the world's 49 least developed countries, over 90% of the population are still not online. We have 1 billion people living with disability, and 80% of these live in the developing countries. Each one of these deserve access. Access to information, access to libraries, access to knowledge, and access to affordable internet. My second issue is social and economic justice. The internet is fast becoming the dominant means of wealth creation. So the right to development, I think, should include social justice. For me, it is not enough to do a superficial capacity building just for a few persons. I'm looking forward to a mechanism that allows the highest number of persons to be included, the largest number of voices to be heard, the widest extent of access to innovation, and the deepest creativity for the human minds to flourish. For this, I think we need to start considering the internet as public commons. My third issue is human rights and freedom. Now, I will invite you to listen through my voice to someone that I greatly respect. This person is a she. She was speaking at the United Nations General Assembly in New York on the 25th of September last year. Do you want to hear what she said? She said, "I cannot but defend in an uncompromising fashion the right to privacy of individuals. In the absence of the right to privacy, there can be no true freedom of expression and opinion, and there is no effective democracy." And that was Dilma Rousseff. Okay, thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, in looking forward towards a roadmap, I also need to raise 3 key issues. My first issue is participation. When we started, we kicked off with the basic understanding that all stakeholders have a place, a role, a contribution. But as we've moved further down the line, the idea of multi-stakeholder engagement is getting muddled, and it's losing a bit of its meaning. So I would request that we'll go back to the drawing board and we'll revisit it, and if it needs to upgrade, please let's do that. Because we need to engage all stakeholders at the global, regional, and national levels. We need to establish respect and value for all contributions coming from all stakeholders. And we need meaningful participation from individuals coming from developing countries and underrepresented groups. My second issue is resources. How do we ensure that resources are mobilized and maintained for a viable internet governance mechanism? The question is not just at the global level, it's at continental, regional, and even national levels. Whose resources are we going to commit? My first thought is that the internet should be able to provide resources for its own governance. Maybe part of the domain name fees should be reinvested in this area. Now, my third issue is change. NETmundial is offering us a great opportunity for change. Change from one stakeholder hijacking the process to an open and inclusive process. Change from one official issuing orders to collaboration. Change from just reports to real transparency. Change from power to accountability. Change from monologues to dialogues and debates. Change from the rhetoric of cyber war to the notion of internet for peace, change from cyber threats to digital solidarity. And I do believe that all of these principles will also guide us in IANA transition. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's one message I must leave with you today, it is the message of trust. We are in Brazil because we trust the person of Dilma Rousseff. We are here because we trust the NETmundial process. We trust the multi-stakeholder approach of Brazil in its own IGF. And we have followed the story of Marco Seville, and I want to say congratulations to all Brazilians on this. Hang on. The trust that we have in Brazil is needed at all levels. But this trust is being destroyed by the collection, processing, and interception of our communications. Yes, surveillance undermines internet security and our trust in all personal, business, and diplomatic communications. That's why we say no. The web we can trust, that is the web we want. The web that contributes to peace, that is the web we want. The web that is open and inclusive, that is the web we want. The web of opportunities and social justice, that is why I am here. Ladies and gentlemen, NETmundial, I think, is the World Cup of internet governance. We need robust stadium that can hold us. That is infrastructure. We need to enjoy the game. That is participation. We should not discriminate. That is net neutrality. Everybody is free to support their team. I support Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Nigeria. That is freedom. I support Brazil as long as they are not playing against Africa anyway. We need to be able to wear our costumes as fans, and that is diversity. And most importantly, we need to know the rules of the game and play by it. That, for me, is transparency. So it's not going to be about power and control for governments. It's not going to be just interest for the industry. It's not going to be names and numbers for technical community. It's not going to be for or against for us civil society. I think that we need humility. The humility to listen to diverse voices is essential for an authentic dialogue. Let us talk to each other and not at each other. Because sometimes we can be so drowned in our own voices that we do not hear the other stakeholders. Just before I sit down, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is Girls in ICT Day. So I'm going to speak to ladies. Girls, it is up to us to seize the opportunity that the internet has given us. Let's seize it and let's rock the world. Let us get women online. Let us get us online. And this, I want to say, special tribute to all the girls in my Web Foundation team. Alexandra Groom is here, Renata Avila, Sonia George, Angela Maizia, and not just them alone, there are girls across the world who work on the internet every day. Deborah Brown is in the US. Marian Franklin is in Europe. Anya Kovacs is in India. Valeria Betancourt is in Latin America here. And Red Easter Hussein is in Africa. Joy Lidicott is in New Zealand. And Salanieta is somewhere in the islands of Fiji. Great women who do this work. And even here in Brazil, we have great ladies. One is Joanna Varun, and the other one is called Carolina Rossini. But come on, it's not just about women. There are guys, men who work every day, who put in their energy, who put in their life, who put in all they have, put in their expertise so that we can have a global, true, open, and resilient internet. And to all of us who work, to all of us who love the internet, to all of us who are here for it, and to someone called Edward Snowden, thank you.
Neste momento, fará uso da palavra o vice-presidente do Google e o representante do setor privado, senhor Vint Cerf.
President Dilma Rousseff, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege to participate in NETmundial. This dialogue is timely and much needed as the Internet celebrates the 40th year of its public unveiling and the 31st year of its operation. In May 1974, the design of the Internet was published in the IEEE Transactions on Communications. Robert Kahn and I felt strongly that the design and protocols of the Internet needed to be freely and openly available to any interested parties and without any barriers to adoption and use. Over 4 decades, by working together and including the experiences gathered from other global network exercises, an informal coalition has built from the bottom up the successful, free, and open Internet and the popular World Wide Web. Some 3 billion people already are online, working together towards continued growth of a powerful economic engine and positive social force. This Internet governance meeting comes at a time when the Internet and its use reflects the full range of interests of a global and increasingly online society. In addition to appreciating the enormous benefits already obtained through the cooperative creation, discovery, and sharing of information on the Internet, it is also apparent that users and governments are becoming concerned about potential harms that may be encountered in this digital world. A small fraction of the Internet's users deliberately seek to benefit themselves at the expense of others, or just seek to do damage through a kind of digital vandalism, as also happens offline. Moreover, it is apparent that the rich social networking applications that are rapidly proliferating also have a political potential that may be alarming to some regimes. Governments understandably seek ways to defend the general public and private sectors against harm, such as fraud, malware, identity theft, and bullying. Others violate human rights by using the Internet to censor, misinform, conduct surveillance, and restrict speech, or use it as a means to identify and incarcerate those who speak truth to power. The openness of the Internet has been the key to its growth and value. Permissionless innovation is the mainspring of Internet's economic power. We must find ways to protect the values that the Internet brings, including the rights of its users, while also protecting them from harm. These principles, together with growing access to the Internet, will prove to be of lasting value to the developing world that can take advantage of the positive benefits of an expanding information economy. Our work is not nearly done until the Internet is accessible to everyone and IPv6 is accessible everywhere. Brazil has set a positive example in NETmundial. In a multi-party initiative led by Congressman Alessandro Molon, the country has just legislated the Marco Civil, which offers important safeguards to protect web platforms and other intermediary Internet providers and protect user rights. Its Internet Steering Committee, CGI.BR, is a model of national multi-stakeholder governance. This meeting, among many others, represents an important opportunity to examine a multi-stakeholder model for Internet governance based on the participation of all stakeholders, including roles for government, academics, civil society, private businesses, and the technical community. This conference has brought together a rich and varied group of interested parties to explore principles and guidelines for future Internet governance as it reaches the other 4 billion still unconnected people in the world. The Internet has been built on the basis of collaboration among a diverse and constantly evolving set of interested parties, and this is a foundational idea that must be preserved. New institutions and operational players have been formed at need, such as the Internet Architecture Board, the Internet Engineering Task Force, the Internet Society, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, the regional Internet registries and the Number Resource Organization, other regional TLD organizations such as Center and LAC TLD, the root server operators, regional network operations groups, the computer emergency response teams, Internet exchange points, the top-level domain registries and registrars, and the network information centers such as the Brazilian NIC. Out of the World Summit on the Information Society has come the annual Internet Governance Forum and its regional and national analogs. We create institutions at need. As we gather here for the next 2 days, we have two specific challenges to consider. The larger one is the general design of a global, multi-stakeholder Internet governance framework that preserves the free and open Internet and provides transnational protections for the rights of users. The framework has to enable the evolution of the Internet and be able to adapt to it. The more focused challenge is to devise a response to the U.S. invitation to assure that when the U.S. government and its contractual relationship with ICANN, the multi-stakeholder framework for ICANN's management of unique identifiers and parameters will adhere to the principles that have made the Internet a remarkable, global, and beneficial infrastructure. I believe that the narrower challenge before us, assuring ICANN's adherence to Internet principles, can be accomplished by reinforcing its existing accountability, transparency, and adaptability mechanisms. The larger challenge, protecting the rights of users while assuring their safety, will require layered, local, national, and transnational enabling mechanisms. We cannot pretend to know the solution to all the challenges and opportunities that the Internet poses. We can, however, create structures that will allow multi-stakeholder collaborations to discover and evaluate possible answers. Among the mechanisms that should be reinforced and supported, I would single out the Internet Governance Forum. It needs financial support and a properly staffed secretariat. It has illuminated our understanding of the prospects and problems arising from the global growth of the Internet. Mobile technology, rapidly dropping costs for Internet-enabling equipment and communications, and boundless development of new applications have created a rich palette from which to paint a beneficial digital future. The global IGF and its regional and national counterparts can become an even more helpful mechanism for highlighting issues by tracking their solutions in a variety of forums and enabling the emergence of new approaches when these seem necessary. We would have to be a pretty silly species not to take advantage of the gift that the technology has given us. Those of us participating in the NETmundial, well, I have a very interesting problem here. My speech ends because the rest of it wasn't printed out. So I will end by thanking you very much for the time on the stage.
Convidamos agora o representante do setor técnico e criador da web, Tim Berners-Lee, para fazer uso da palavra.
So no technology is perfect then. That's 45 years ago, Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn put together the idea of the Internet, designed that, and made that open. 25 years ago, so that's a long time later, the Internet was running. There was remote log on, there was email running over the internet, there was internet news, but there was no web. There were no websites, no web pages, no links. I felt that it was really important that there should be, so I invented the web. And as the World Wide Web project grew, I needed collaborators. It's all very well, I invented HTML and HTTP and URLs, but the development of those specifications had to be done by a large technical community. And I went to that technical community in the Internet Engineering Task Force, but also I founded the World Wide Web Consortium, multi-stakeholder technical standards group that sets the standards for the web, and its motto is to lead the web to its full potential. So the collaboration between these multi-stakeholder groups like IETF and W3C and all the peers that they work with, like ECMA TC39 for ECMAScript, that has been really crucial, and it's really been how this has all worked. I hope you'll agree that all these people working together have done a reasonable job. And looking back at the 25 years of the web, it has been it's been an incredible ride, and we realize now that rather than being a fun project like all these things started off with, it's now become something we have to regard as to a certain extent being crucial. Some of these organizations which believe in open standards in this particular sort of multi-stakeholder open on the web sort of meaning of the word devised the term open stand. You can go to openstand.org to express the vision about the way these standards should be developed in open discussion with the documents being freely available on the web. And in W3C specifically, companies commit that when they start and work in towards these standards, that when the standards come out, that they will not charge royalties to anybody who wants implementing it. So keeping it open in the sense of royalty-free has also been really important. The web grew as something which just did not involve borders because it grew on the internet, and the internet, when I wrote a program to connect from one computer to the other, neither program had an awareness, needed to know, or necessarily found it easy to find out which country those two computers were in. The internet technically is a nation-less thing. So in a non-national environment, the web grew up. It's been a non-national society which has grown up around it. So yes, there's been a connection between the US government and the way internet numbers and names have been assigned. And I'm very glad that the US government has accepted to release that oversight. I think that is very overdue and a very important step. It's an important step because ICANN should service it services the global public internet, and therefore it should be a global public body. So for me, what does that mean? It's easy to say in the public interest. For me, for ICANN, that means that decisions that it makes about top-level domains, about how to spend its funding, they should be made by stepping back and thinking, well, never mind the people we know intimately who are involved in this decision, but let's think about the planet as a whole. What is best for humanity as a whole? That should guide every decision that ICANN makes. Obviously, one of the things that ICANN does is it has funds to spend, and so partly it can further the world by spending those in a beneficent way, such as supporting standardization, supporting hardening of the internet and web technology, supporting pieces of security like that, the internationalization of the technology, keeping it so that it works with every culture and language, accessibility for people with disabilities, and of course closing the digital divide. These are all really important agendas which ICANN can think about supporting. The internet has thrived from the collective empowerment of capable and public-spirited people. Initially, they were from the technical community and academia, but more recently, of course, then the whole private sector, civil society, and governments. We need internet governance that allows each community to bring its particular strengths to the common table, but allows none of them to elevate its own interests above the public good. 5 years ago, relatively recently in internet time, some of us realized that all the technical work we were doing was wonderful, but it was every single thing we did was increasing the digital divide, increasing the gap between the power of the people who had the web and did not have it. So at that point, we started the World Wide Web Foundation, about which you already heard some, to make sure that the web, well, yes, that it gets to, for example, the 60% of the people who in the world who don't have it at all, but also for the people who have it, that it really is the web that we would want. The web has now become an essential public utility. So we have to regard it as such. Much of our traditional thinking about human rights applies directly to everything on the internet, such as free expression. But new things become important in the network context. Net neutrality means keeping the net free from discrimination, be it commercial or political. The innovative explosion which happened across the net over the last 25 years has happened only because that net has been neutral. The social groundbreaking sense of possibility that we can understand each other and possibly live in peace relies on an open net. Oh, and thanks to everybody who has ever held up a banner in any forum about pushing for the open net and pushing against laws which restrict the open net. So that sense of excitement which we all have gives us also a responsibility that we must keep the net as a neutral platform in the future. Freedom of expression is a crucial right, but it has to be coupled on the network with a complementary right to privacy. As, Madam President, you have pointed out before and have already been quoted today. So I won't quote you again, but I would, yes, agree that with a lot of people who are very concerned about mass surveillance and feel that it's perhaps the most immediate threat. Certainly it feels the most immediate threat to the internet. And in some ways, of course, surveillance of all the threats to the internet, it's one of the more insidious ones because you don't see it happening, unlike censorship. It is great to be back in Brazil today, not just because Brazil is a wonderful country and one which has had a really vibrant sense of opportunity on the net, but of course, especially today is a special day. Well, yesterday was a very special day. The Marco Civil going through is wonderful, a fantastic example of how governments can play a positive role in advancing web rights and keeping the web open. Yes, Europeans are also celebrating the European Parliament passing legislation protecting the rights of users on the net. I see Neely Kroes down in the front row there. So, 2 data points that suggest we are making progress. That is great, but boy, we have got a huge way to go. The principles of human rights on the net are new, and they're not universally accepted. The web becomes ever more exciting with ever advancing technology like mobile web and so on, but 60% of the population can't use the web at all. As the web gives people greater and greater power, individually and collectively, so many forces are abusing or threaten to abuse the net and its citizens. The web that we will have in another 25 years' time is by no means clear, but it is completely up to us to decide what we want to make that web, what we want to make that world. That's why I'm asking web users around the world, not just people here in this conference room and the other conference room where this is being relayed, not just people in this conference, but people all over the world, to go and think about what you want and define some sort of global Magna Carta for the internet. That is why I'm asking countries everywhere to follow Brazil's example and Europe's example and develop positive laws that protect and expand the rights of users in an open, free, and universal web. La luta continua. Thank you.
Senhoras e senhores, com a palavra.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic has approved a law that guarantees the rights and duties for the use of Internet in the world.
Com a palavra, a Presidenta da República, Dilma Rousseff.
Good morning to one and all. I would like to thank those who spoke before me for perfectly pronouncing good morning in Portuguese. Bom dia, as voiced by our dear representative from Africa, Nina Newakama. Thank you very much for perfectly pronouncing bom dia in Brazilian Portuguese. Good morning. And by greeting her, I would like to extend my greetings to all women who are currently active on the web, both the girls and the guys who are equally active on the web. Greetings likewise to the mayor of São Paulo, who has so kindly welcomed us. And above all, I would like to, first of all, greet two members of Congress from Brazil, namely Mr. Alessandro Molon, representing the House of Representatives, who served as rapporteur of the bill of law which led up to the passing yesterday of the Internet Civil Framework Law, as well as Senator Walter Pinheiro. And through him, I would like to further extend my greetings likewise to the Senate rapporteurs who were able to pass the piece of law in a record time. Senator Rego, Senator Hella, and Senator Ferraz. Thank you. And to Senator Pinheiro and to Representative Moron, I would like to voice my thanks for your efforts in passing the Internet Civil Framework. Greetings likewise to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Hu Huangbo. Greetings, special greetings likewise to the inventor of the Internet, Kim Berners-Lee. I would also like to greet the Vice President of Google and a key person in the establishment of the Internet, Mr. Cerf. Greetings once again to Mr. Khan Fadisherade, who on October the 8th last year, 2013, correct, Fadi? If I'm not mistaken, we met in Brasilia, and on that occasion, during that meeting with you, the seminal idea surfaced of establishing this Internet governance summit meeting as is materialized today. So thank you very much to all of you, including cabinet ministers and foreign delegates attending this session today. May I also use the opportunity to greet all cabinet ministers who have been actively involved in the process that led up to the passing of the Internet Governance Civil Framework, an effort which of course involved all stakeholders in society. Special thanks to Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Figueiredo, Minister of Justice Cardoso, also Minister of Communications, Paulo Bernardo, Minister of Science and Technology, Querelio Diniz, And may I also greet and thank Senator and Minister of Culture Marta Suplicy, as well as the Brazilian Secretary General of the Presidency's Office, Gilberto Carvalho. Greetings likewise to all attendees, particularly the media professionals, journalists, photographers, and cameramen and women. May I say that you are all most welcome to Brazil as attendees to this global multi-sectoral meeting on the future of internet governance, the so-called NETmundial, as we call it in Portuguese. At this point in time, I would also like to voice my greetings to the organizers, i.e. the Internet Management or Managing Committee, as well as the OneNet Committee. It gives me great joy to see in this plenary hall representatives of all different sectors who or which are in one way involved in the internet governance. In this hall today, we have civil society, academia, members of the technical committee, or rather technical community, businesses, and governments at large. This healthy diversity, and I stress it is a healthy diversity, is also a hallmark of those groups that have joined us through the internet in this meeting. And I would like to use the opportunity today to establish a dialogue on the issues and the purposes that bring us together in Sao Paulo today. Back in mid-2013, when the revelation surfaced on the comprehensive mechanisms for spying and collective monitoring of communications caused anger and repudiation in vast circles of public opinion, both in Brazil and in the world at large. In Brazil, citizens, companies, diplomatic representations, and even the presidency of the republic itself were targeted and their communications intercepted. These events are not acceptable, were not acceptable in the past, and remain unacceptable today in that they are an affrontment against the very nature of the internet as a democratic, free, and pluralistic platform. The internet we want is only possible in a scenario where human rights are respected, particularly the right to privacy and to one's freedom of expression. Accordingly, in my address to the 68th General Assembly of the United Nations, I put forth a proposal to tackle such practices. I then proposed a discussion on establishing a global civil framework for internet governance and use, as well as measures to ensure actual protection of data that travel through the internet. Also, working together with German Chancellor Angela Merkel, we submitted to the United Nations a draft resolution on the right to privacy in the digital age. By consensus, the resolution was passed as proposed, and we also passed a call for states to discontinue any arbitrary or illegal collection of personal data and to enforce users' rights to privacy. I should actually stress the fact that the same rights that people are entitled to offline or in the offline world should be likewise protected on the online world. This meeting today, NETmundial, provides further momentum to that effort. This meeting also lives up to a global yearning as we propose changes in the current state of affairs and for an ongoing, consistent strengthening of freedom of expression on the internet, as well as efforts to ultimately protect basic human rights, as is the case of one's right to privacy. And without a shadow of a doubt, that is also the case of one's right to proper treatment of web-based discussions in a respectful fashion so as to ensure its democratic, open nature. We have all come to São Paulo, therefore, with a shared purpose, the purpose of enhancing and democratizing internet governance by means of consensus building. And I mean consensus around principles and on a roadmap to be developed for its future evolution. A point I'd like to make plain and clear is that the idea here is not, of course, to replace for the countless fora out there that already address the topic or the matter at hand today. The idea, rather, is to lend a new momentum to the ongoing discussions in a much-needed sense of urgency. We therefore work from two premises or key assumptions. The first such premise is that we all want to protect the internet as a democratic space available to and used by all, as a shared asset and as such truly heritage of humankind, more than simply a work tool and way beyond its well-known contribution for economic growth, provided, of course, that it be increasingly inclusive in nature. The fact is that the internet has enabled the constant reinvention of the way people and institutions interact, produce culture, and organize themselves, even politically. An open and decentralized network architecture favors greater access to knowledge. It helps make communications more democratic and also fosters constant innovation. These basic features are the features that we want and that should be preserved under any circumstances and in any scenario in order to ultimately guarantee the future of the internet and thus boost its transformative effects for and in societies. The second premise or assumption is the desire we all share to incorporate an increasingly broader audience into this process. Our commitment to an open and inclusive debate has guided the efforts to organize this meeting in Sao Paulo today. All different walks of life have taken part in its preparation and are duly represented in this plenary hall today. We are talking about thousands of participants from all over the world who are joined by virtual connections in several different points of the planet. The topics to be discussed have been the subject of broad and prior international public consultation and have received inputs from players or stakeholders located in several different countries and in different geographies. These proposals, in turn, or inputs, have served as the foundation to develop a draft document, the draft document to be discussed and further enhanced here in the next few days. I would like to welcome the work conducted by the Executive Multi-Sectoral Committee as well as the High-Level Multi-Sector Committee for this joint effort. The interest of Brazilians in the internet is reflected on the substantial participation of Brazilian nationals in the domestic public consultation as fostered by the Participa.br web portal. At this point in time, civil society is organized in this forum, the so-called NETmundial arena, which is the Brazilian locus for access to today's sessions. May I remind all the ladies and gentlemen and friends attending this session that Brazil advocates that internet governance should be multi-sectoral, multilateral, democratic, and transparent in nature. It is our view that the multi-sectoral model is the best way to exercise internet governance. Very much in accordance with that view, our local governance system, which has been in operation for 20 years, has relied on actual participation of representatives from civil society, members of academia, the business community, and the government at large at the Internet Governance or at the Internet Management Committee. Fully in line with what I just said, I also attach a great deal of importance to the multilateral perspective, according to which government participation should occur on an equal footing among governments in such a way as to ensure that no country will have or bear greater weight vis-à-vis other countries. Our advocacy of the multilateral model is the natural consequence of an elementary principle that should govern today's international relations as enshrined in the Brazilian Federal Constitution. I'm talking about equality among states. We therefore see no opposition whatsoever between the multilateral and the multi-sectoral nature of the internet. Actually, the opposite of that would be an one-sided unilateral internet, which is untenable. An internet that is ultimately subject to intergovernmental arrangements that exclude other sectors of society is not democratic. Multi-sectoral arrangements that are in turn subject to oversight by one or few states are not acceptable either. We truly want to make relations between government and societies more democratic, as well as the relations among governments. We want more, not less, democracy. The task of providing a global dimension to the organizations that are currently responsible for central functions of the internet is not only necessary but also an unpostponable task. The complexity of the transition at hand, which on the one hand involves jurisdictional competence as well as accountability and an agreement with multiple stakeholders, does not nevertheless make it less urgent a task. That is why I'd like to again welcome the recently voiced intention of the United States government to replace its institutional linkage with the authority for, or with the Internet Authority for Number Assignment, IANA, and the Internet Corporation for Names and Number Assignment, ICANN, by a global management of these institutions. From now onwards, a new institutional and legal arrangement of the ISDN under the responsibility of IANA and ICANN should be built in such a way as to include broad-ranging involvement of all sectors that have an interest in the matter, way beyond the traditional stakeholders or players. Each sector, of course, performs different roles based on likewise differentiated responsibilities. The operational management of the Internet should continue being led by its technical community. May I, at this point, voice my public recognition, and I do so on behalf of my government, to these people who devote their time and energy on a day-to-day basis to keeping the Internet as an open, stable, and secure platform, a key effort which remains largely invisible in the eyes of most of us and users. Matters pertaining to sovereignty, such as cybercrime, breach of rights, economic issues or transnational economic issues, and threats of cyber attacks are the primary responsibility of states. The task at hand is above all to ensure that states will have at their avail the tools that will allow them to fulfill their responsibilities before their citizens, to include the guarantee of fundamental rights. Rights which are ensured offline should be equally ensured online. These rights thrive under the shelter and not in the absence of the state. In order for the global internet governance to be truly democratic, mechanisms are required to enable greater participation of developing countries in all different sectors. The matters that are in the interest of these countries, that are the heavy-duty users of the internet, topics such as, for example, expanding connectivity, accessibility, and respect to diversity should be central on the international agenda. It is not enough for fora to be open from a purely formal standpoint. We must further identify and remove the visible and invisible barriers to actual participation of the entire population of every country. Or else we would be ultimately restricting or limiting the democratic role and the social and cultural reach of the internet. The effort at hand further requires that the Internet Governance Forum be further strengthened as a dialogue forum capable of producing results and recommendations. It also requires a comprehensive, broad-ranging review of the 10 years following the World Summit meeting of information society, as well as a deeper discussion on ethics and privacy at the UNESCO level. Given the above, may I say that we are strong believers that the cyberspace, and I'm sure that belief is shared by all of you, the cyberspace should be the territory of trust, human rights, citizenship, collaboration, and peace. To achieve these objectives, we must agree on basic principles that will ultimately guide Internet governance. As regards privacy, the resolution passed by the United Nations organization was an important step in the right direction, but we still have much progress to make. Any data collection or treatment should only be carried out with full agreement of the parties involved or as legally provided for. However, the discussion on principles is much more comprehensive. It should, and I stress, it should include universal internet access, which is absolutely key for the web to serve as a tool for human and social development, so as to ultimately help build inclusive, non-discriminatory societies. It should also include freedom of expression and network neutrality as a sine qua non condition. Brazil has its contributions to make following a broad-ranging discussion, domestic process that has ultimately led to the passing of the Internet Civil Framework Act, as passed yesterday by Congress, in which I had the honor of sanctioning just a few minutes ago. The law, and may I quote Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who viewed the law as a present to the web on the occasion of its 20th or 25th anniversary. As such, the law clearly shows the feasibility and the success of open, multi-sectoral discussions, as well as the innovative use of the Internet as part of ongoing discussions as a tool and an interactive discussion platform. I think it is fair to say that the process that led up to the Civil Framework Act can be described as a virtuous process, in that our civil framework, as it currently stands, has been even further appreciated given the process that preceded the efforts to establish it as such. May I therefore call to mind that our civil framework establishes principles, guarantees, and user rights, clearly assigning duties and responsibilities of the different stakeholders and government agencies on an online environment. And equally important, it enshrines network neutrality as a key principle, a major gain which we were able to materialize as a consensus in the process. It enshrines network neutrality by establishing that telecommunications companies should treat any data packages on an egalitarian fashion without any distinction whatsoever by content, origin, destination, service, terminal, or application. The law or framework as such has truly enshrined network neutrality. Furthermore, companies may not block, monitor, filter, or analyze the content of data packages. The civil framework protects citizens' privacy not only in their relations with the government, but also in their relations with the internet companies. Communications are by definition non-violable except by a specific court order to that effect. The recently passed law further contains clear-cut rules governing withdrawal of content from the internet, always, of course, with a view to ensuring that the applicable court orders be available. The civil network is an example of the fact that the internet development cannot do without a discussion process and the involvement of national states. As such, it stands as an innovative benchmark milestones, because in its development process, we heard the voices of the streets, the networks, and of different institutions. For all of the above, it is our firm conviction that on a network, each node matters. The large nodes, such as the mega portals to which a substantial amount of world traffic converges, and small nodes are equally important. At this time, I'd like to bring to the fore a key fundamental issue. I'm talking about the fact that this country has taken a major step forward as part of the ongoing process whereby we not only include but also guarantee a steady stream of income to a substantial share of the population. Income and access are equally important. We believe that it is equally important to ensure we have in place a society where citizens have their own views and they're able to voice their views freely. Hence, the invaluable degree of importance we attach to the internet in our society. We also have yet another major asset. I'm talking about Brazil's ethnic, cultural, political, and religious diversity. It is ours to not only respect but also promote and foster our cultural diversity. We do not wish to impose beliefs, customs, values, or political views on anyone. May I particularly highlight the thousands of users that multiply on a day-to-day basis, not only here, but in all developing countries, in the outskirts of large urban centers, and also in traditional communities out there. All of these new users enrich the network with new alternative ideas and accounts of the world, new world visions. These people make the internet a stronger and more universal platform. And it is on their behalf and because of them that I would like to again voice my thanks to all of you for attending this meeting in São Paulo. For us, the internet is a modern-day pro-emancipation, pro-transformation tool that changes society. Sweeping changes are introduced through the internet. You are all most welcome, and I hope you will all come back for the World Cup of all cups, or if not, make sure you watch it through the internet. Thank you very much again.
Senhoras e senhores, agradecemos a presença.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for the presence of you all. We close now this ceremony.
eles vão falar? Tá. Então, no caso, eu só faço essa chamada e tudo mais primeiro. Tudo bem. Tá, então. Não, tudo bem. Pois é. Não, tudo bem. Não, mas aí já não vou estar mais, né? Eu já não vou estar mais aí. Sim, mas... chama o início, é o primeiro, eu não vou. Eu vou em Guarulhos. Pois é, não sei. Isso. E aí eu faço isso. Bem. Senhora. Senhoras e senhores. Senhoras e senhores, dentro de instantes.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we are going to resume the global multi-stakeholder meeting on internet governance.
Senhoras e senhores.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all those present here who are going to participate in the next portion of the multi-stakeholder meeting on internet governance to remain in this audience.
That will continuing at the global multi-stakeholder meeting on the future of internet governance, that please stay in your seats inside this auditorium. In a few minutes, we may begin our ceremony. Thank you. Mais uma vez, senhoras e senhores, queremos pedir a todos.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more, I would like to ask all those who are going to go on staying in the meeting on global multi-stakeholder meeting on the future of internet governance Please take your seats. We're going to resume the conference in a few moments.
Stay during the programming of the global multi-stakeholder meeting of the future on the future of internet governance. Please stay in your seats inside this auditorium. In a few minutes, we'll begin our programming. Thank you very much. Senhoras e senhores, estamos aguardando que todos os presentes tomem.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for all those present here to take your seats and put your cell phones in a silent mode so that we can move on with our meeting on the global multi-stakeholder meeting on the future of internet governance.
Put your cell phones at the silent mode so we can keep in our programming of the global multi-stakeholder meeting on the future of internet governance. Senhoras e senhores, queremos pedir a gentileza de todos os presentes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask all those present in the room to take your seats so that we can move on with our meeting.
All of you that are present here inside this auditorium, please take your seat and put your cell phone at the silent mode so we can begin our ceremony in this conference. Mais uma vez, senhoras e senhores, estamos.
Once more, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for all those who are here to take your seats so that we can go on with the
Dando continuidade à programação da Global Multi-Stakeholder Meeting on the Future of Internet Governance, queremos convidar para
the Future of Internet meeting. I would like to invite the Minister of Justice, José Eduardo Cardoso.
acompanhado.
He will be speaking with the chairman of this conference, Virgílio Almeida, and the director of Scientific and Technological Topics, Benedito Fonseca Filho.
Passamos imediatamente a palavra ao ministro.
Without further ado, we give the floor to José Eduardo Cardoso, Minister of Justice in Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I often have the impression that we, human beings, have a lot of difficulty to understand the scope of the historic moment we're going through. It's only later, when the history follows its course, do the ideas adjust themselves, and we can understand the meaning of each act, each decision, each intervention that has been made. We live a moment of very important transformations in the world, and it would be redundant to say that the web, to a large extent, is accountable for these transformations. If we could make an analogy in time and history, perhaps we could go back a few centuries. If we went back to centuries 12 and 13, and if we saw the gradual process of conquests of freedoms, of conquests of rights that created the rights or the rule of law, we might make an analogy with the current moment. In view of the very important transformations, each step will have a different meaning. Each decision, each attitude will have historic meaning. That's why this meeting, more than ever, represents an attitude. It represents something which, from the historic point of view, cannot be underestimated. At the moment when we have authorities and officials from different parts of the world gathered here in São Paulo, in our country, a text was approved, and it is really a Bill of Rights of the Internet. What's the weight that this carries for the future? What's the historic meaning of this meeting of ours at the moment when this Bill of Rights ensures the neutrality, privacy, ensures a set of accomplishments very much connected with human rights, which were conquered with a lot of sweat and tears and pain and sacrifice by humanity along the years. Now I have a feeling that we are going through a historic moment. It is a moment that will probably be remembered by future generations as the landmark of a process which starts with a Charter of Rights, but which can represent governance, guarantee of democracy, equality for the relationships in the 21st century. Therefore, I cannot but tell you that my impression is that all of us are participating in a historic moment that will be remembered in the future. I hope this is the moment when we finally sow the seeds of equality, the seeds of human rights respect, the seeds of right to privacy, the seeds to the right of expression and the right to sovereignty and respect for countries when history changes and when human relations change. Therefore, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start this panel, and I would like to ask you all of you who are going to speak now. We have a number of authorities who are going to speak. So I ask you please to be brief. All of you who are going to speak. After all, we all want to listen to all of you, so being brief or the summary of ideas is very much in line with a conference such as this one, which probably will never be forgotten by us and will be remembered by the generations to come. Thank you. Thank you for the words of the Minister of Justice of Brazil, José Eduardo Cardoso. Now I'd like to invite Nelly Cross, Vice President of the European Commission and EU Commissioner for Digital Agenda.
Good morning, all friends, and good morning, dear colleagues. This could be an historic gathering. So just ask yourself, are we here to make a change and live up to the call made by President Rousseff in New York, or are we here to waste time? And of course, let me first start to congratulate the President and the Brazilian government for the adoption of the Marco Civil yesterday. It is great. It is party time, so to say. The internet is more disruptive than the printing press, than electrification and industrialization combined. The internet is the quickest, biggest revolution in history on Earth. The internet is now a global, common, public resource, and its governance must be truly global, transparent, and accountable. That means we all have to change. You and I and all the others that are involved. No existing organization or nation is exempt. And that puts a huge responsibility on us in this room. This week, we must move forward. If we simply do more talking, use more nice words, we will have wasted the opportunity and failed the global community. Question, what should we do? Number one, we can only create positive change based on what we agree on and not what divides us. Let's admit, dear friends, our recent work has produced a large degree of consensus. We can get excited about a word here or there, but let us not lose sight of the bigger picture. In most cases, we want the same things. We agree on an improved multi-stakeholder model, transparent, democratic, accountable, based on human rights, and a roadmap to get there. Number two, a process for the transition of the IANA functions involving all the stakeholder community. Number 3, strengthening the Internet Governance Forum. And number 4, capacity building through information sharing and Internet observations. And number 5, we must address jurisdictional issues on the Internet with transparent systems. Just in summary, we agree on more than we disagree on. Isn't that great to have that line? We agree more than we disagree on. While I don't want to trivialize the challenges, I believe we can meet them. We need to decide where we want to be at the end of the year. I don't believe in eternal life, so we have to make a time schedule to achieve real and lasting results before the end of this year. During those next 2 days, I will be breathing down everybody's neck until we have a discussion on concrete actions. So 2 days of dialogue, please, not a string of monologues. And that is what open and democratic debate should be. We listen, we discuss, and then we reach real decisions. And I'm looking forward to that. And let's go to work like that. Thank you.
Sir Carl Bildt, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Carl.
Ministers, Excellencies, friends, members of civil society, industry, technical and academic community, everyone who has and is contributing to the development of the net. Thank you all for your hard work. You, the pioneers who wrote the first of the 7,000 RFCs that describe the key technological foundations of the net. You, the hundreds of thousands of people in industry, startups, and academia who are connecting nations and peoples, committing code, and chasing the heartbed bugs. You, the civil society and academic communities who maintain a truly global network of ideas you created, and you are creating the Internet, a network now used by close to 3 billion people and counting. A technology that will connect 75 billion devices to a single global network in just a couple of years. And a word whose foundation lies in a set of norms and principles rather than a specific type of hardware or software that depends on encompassing inclusiveness, on ongoing conversations and dynamic innovations rather than on slow-moving multilateral negotiations. The Internet has begun to revolutionize virtually every aspect of our world. And as we are designing ways to strengthen the principles and the community that has brought us the Internet, we should also discuss norms beyond the purely technical aspects. Just as open standards, interoperability and innovation have been key for the technological development of the open Internet, the principle of rule of law has been crucial for the development of our innovative, free and open societies. And when it comes to the governance of the net, this principle of rule of law is equally essential. And it should, in the same way that human rights already do, apply equally online as well as offline. One of the primary responsibilities of government is to provide security for its citizens against crime and external threat. And this is also, let's not forget about that, about protecting their human rights. Law enforcement needs to have some ability to combat criminal activity also online. And government needs to be able to meet external threats also online. This, I think, is hardly contested. but experience shows that there must be clear rules, firmly based in the values of the societies we seek to build. Sweden believes that surveillance within or outside national borders should be subject to basic principles. At the cyber conference in Seoul in South Korea a couple of months ago, I presented the basic principles that, in our view, must apply, and there has been a rather extensive debate on these principles since then. Let me thus shortly repeat them. First, legality. Second, legitimate aim. Third, necessity and adequacy. Fourth, proportionality. Fifth, judicial authority. Sixth, transparency. Seventh, of course, that there must also be adequate oversight in a number of different respects. A number of countries have started to follow this, and I hope that more will do in words, but also in deeds, because the debate about surveillance is important. It needs to be conducted in constructive and a thorough manner. But let's be clear on one aspect. The issue of surveillance are in no way related to the issues of the governance of the net. Irrespective of the way the net is governed, repressive regimes or other types of regimes can violate these principles. I'm stressing this point since sometimes the debate on surveillance is used as an argument to change the governance of the net. And we all know that this argument is often advanced by regimes having little regard for human rights, but instead a keen interest in controlling the net in order to limit the freedom of expression and the freedom of information of their own citizens. If anything, the debate on the surveillance issue stresses the importance of limiting the risk of regimes capturing control of the net, thus endangering the very freedoms that we seek to protect. Some are pushing the idea that the internet is under unilateral control and that the solution is to create some multilateral system of governing it. I don't think that is the way to go. That is not to say that the way in which the internet is governed is perfect. As the world changes, as the importance of the net grows, as the dependence of our societies, of individuals and of our economies on the stability, the security and the safety of the net increases, so must our ecosystem of governance of the different aspects of the net. But in essence, the system so far has served the world remarkably well. The internet is and must remain under pluralistic, inclusive, multi-stakeholder control. Multi-stakeholder is a difficult concept. It's a word that is not easily translated either into Swedish, or I think most other languages either. It often scares diplomats and governments more used to the familiar settings of round tables and raised nameplates. But as a concept, they represent a process of cooperative development where all interested parties are welcome to contribute with the goal of achieving better policies for all. And of absolutely critical importance, it seeks to guarantee that no single interest should ever be able to capture control of the net. Not big business, not big government, not anyone else. Everyone has a stake, everyone should have a voice, but no one should be able to capture. That is the essence of what we call the multi-stakeholder model. In our discussions, we need to consider this concept more deeply and what it means on the national, on the regional, and on the global level, also for issues beyond the technical ones. We cannot prejudge which are areas of relevance to specific stakeholder groups. And we should therefore not try to assign too strict definitions of roles for these groups, but rather stress the openness and flexibility of the model. We are all stakeholders in the development of the net, with legitimate interests and points of views. These are key days here in Sao Paulo. but the discussion must and it will continue. I will go from here to the meeting in Tallinn in Estonia on Monday next week of the Freedom Online Coalition. And we will certainly discuss also the future of these issues in the Global Commission on Internet Governance that I have been given the privilege of chairing. I am confident that this conference will contribute to strengthening the governance of the net. We also need to move on to discussing the governance on the internet, and most important of all, to start discussing the issue of governance in the era of the internet. In essence, it is all about freedom, the freedom of the net and the freedom on the net, as a revolutionary force for building more open and dynamic societies and a better world for each and everyone. Thank you.
Jetashel Njida, Deputy Director General.
Distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank President Dilma Rousseff for inviting UNESCO to participate in this important event. UNESCO has long recognized that the internet has enormous potential to bring the world closer to peace and dialogue, sustainable development, and the eradication of poverty. The challenge is to transform the wonderful promises of the internet into reality and benefit for all. The stakes are very high, and we need to think, we need to deepen our understanding of the complexities of the challenges ahead of us, and this is why the response to a resolution first proposed by Brazil at our General Conference last year, UNESCO member states recently initiated a major research study on the internet. This important initiative is intended to help guide the future decision-making by our 195 member states about the intersection of the internet and our programs. The UNESCO Internet Study focuses on 4 fields within the UNESCO mandate. First is access to information and knowledge. And second, freedom of expression. Third, privacy. And fourth, the ethical dimensions of the information society. It is exploring possible options for the future actions in these fields, and it gives a unique opportunity to build a truly global and shared vision of the internet today. As a guiding framework of this study, UNESCO has summarized 4 core principles for the internet and fused them into a draft concept called Internet Universality. By this we mean that for the internet to be truly universal in its character, its development and governance should be guided by the following fundamental principles. First, it needs to be human rights based. And second, it needs to be open. Third, and accessibility. And by accessibility, we mean it needs to go way beyond technical access and covers social inclusion. And fourth, it needs to be multi-stakeholder participation. We have summarized this package with an easy-to-remember acronym called ROAM: Rights, Openness, Accessibility, and Multi-Stakeholder. This highlights for us all what it takes to make Internet universality a reality for all. This is also the vision we carry forward as a vice co-chairs of the Broadband Commission for Digital Development to help bridge the digital gap and make Internet a global force for sustainable development, social inclusion, and justice. Based on this framework, UNESCO's study calls for the largest possible multi-stakeholder participation, and I invite all actors to provide inputs. Your voices are very much important, and each can deeply enrich the decision-making of our member states. We have submitted information about this as part of the UNESCO's prior contribution to the NETmundial. And we are pleased that our proposed Internet Universality Rome principles are integrated within the draft outcome statement of this conference. We have proposed further amendments to draft outcome, in particular the need to better address social inclusion and to give a stronger emphasis on gender equality, Africa, and the small island developing nations in order to bridge the digital gap. We have proposed the addition of 2 strategic areas. One, open access to education resources online, and second, media and information literacy as a frame for digital literacy. We have proposed the addition of UNESCO's Director General recently has issued a welcome statement on the US Department of Commerce intent to transition key Internet domain name functions to the global multi-stakeholder community. This is an important step for the open governance of the Internet domain name system as a major critical resource in cyberspace. It is indeed important that this transition maintains the openness, the robustness, decentralized, and interoperable nature of the Internet while providing the means for a truly multi-stakeholder involvement in its governance. As evidence of UNESCO's practical commitment to multi-stakeholder participation, we have convened in February 2013 the world's first 10-year review event of the World Summit on Information Society with almost 1,500 participants from government, businesses, civil society from over 130 countries. Their agreed final statement, called Information and Knowledge for All, went on to receive the unanimous stamp of endorsement by our member states at our last General Conference. This is an important step to build upon, and UNESCO is fully committed to take this vision forward. This is the meaning of my presence today. Taken together, I'm confident in all these discussions will help us to make a positive impact on the post-2015 development agenda and on the next phase of the World Summit on Information Society. As the UN Agency for Education, Culture, the Sciences, Communication and Information, UNESCO is determined to put the full force of its mandate to contribute to the ongoing development of an open, accessible, and equitable Internet for all. Molto obrigado.
Hamadoun Touré, Secretary to you.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me first start by thanking the Brazilian government and especially President Dilma Rousseff for her leadership and the kind invitation in organizing this event. I would like also to congratulate President Rousseff in signing today the Marco Civil law. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reinforce our common message from the United Nations family as the ITU Secretary General and also on behalf of Mr. Ban Ki-moon, alongside with Under Secretary General Wu from DESA. We know from the World Summit on Information Society that when we consider Internet governance, we must also consider significant public policy issues, including the wider legal, economic, developmental, and socio-economic aspects. We must do so because the internet will be invaluable in achieving the ambitious goals of the post-2015 development agenda by empowering people and accelerating sustainable development, sustainable, social, and economic development for all. We must also ensure that all people, wherever they live and whatever their circumstances, have secure, equitable, and affordable access to this vital resource, and they can use this with confidence. As part of the United Nations family, we are proud of our role in this effort, especially in facilitating the development of the infrastructure that enables the deployment of the internet through global coordination and allocation of wireless spectrum and orbital resources for satellites, technical standards, developmental assistance, providing a platform for the sharing of knowledge and experience, and contributions to the public policy debate. Ladies and gentlemen, NETmundial focuses on a specific aspect of internet governance, the management of critical internet resources, which include domain names and addresses. We acknowledge the recent momentum in discussion on transitioning some of the key functions in this area to the global community, and especially to the ICANN. And I must say here that we at ITU have full confidence in ICANN's capability. No single entity or small set of entities should control the internet because, as a global asset, all people of the world have a stake in its development, and we shall all contribute toward a fair, equitable, and inclusive governance model, I should say. We therefore commend NETmundial for providing this important opportunity to take the next steps toward meaningful participation in internet governance discussions. We join UN Under-Secretary General Wu in highlighting the importance of human rights in the context and in calling for further progress, building on the achievements so far. Distinguished colleagues, as you know, the United Nations family convened World Summit on Information Society in 2003 and 2005 under the leadership of ITU. It was the most wide-ranging, comprehensive, and inclusive debate ever held on the future of the information society. The WSIS outcomes articulated fundamental internet governance principles, including multi-stakeholderism. These principles, unanimously endorsed, must also guide our discussions on internet governance, especially as we look beyond today's technologies and business models toward tomorrow's innovations for the benefit of all. Ladies and gentlemen, NETmundial is an important milestone in the global dialogue on internet governance, and its outcomes will help to inform upcoming forums such as the IGF. So let me invite you all stakeholders here to the WSIS +10 high-level events from 10 to 13 June in Geneva, where we will examine together how far we have come and what remains to be done to achieve the goals of the information society. I thank you.
Jovan Kurbalihia, Civil Society.
Well, let me make sure that I didn't forget the last page. That would at least make my speech shorter. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear Brazilian friends, I'm particularly honored to be at this historical moment in Sao Paulo, both for the adoption of the Marco Civil Act and also for the NETmundial. And once more, congratulations for our Brazilian host for doing almost impossible, pulling through such remarkable events in less than 6 months. including New Year break and Carnival. Well, today trust is diminishing in internet governance. The risks for the internet are higher, and hopes for solutions are needed more than ever before. NETmundial comes at a pivotal time, and we need concrete solutions, as it was mentioned in previous speeches, which will reduce the risk for the internet and rebuild trust. The internet governance road may be long and complicated, yet there are a few concrete steps, and I will suggest them, that we could take quickly and practically over the next few months. First is to grant global unviolability to the root zone file. Like, for example, UN UNESCO heritage sites or embassies, the root zone file should enjoy immunity wherever it is located. No national court should interfere with the content of the root zone file. This inviolability will simply recognize existing practice. US courts have never requested changes to the root zone file, even in situations when there was a legal basis for such actions, such as international sanctions. By parking this highly controversial issue of jurisdictional immunity, we can start rebuilding trust and focus on a more complex issues, for example, how to make legitimate changes to the root zone file, so-called operational aspect of IANA functions. Second concrete proposal is to build a codex of practices for genuine multi-stakeholder processes based mainly on procedural responsibility of all involved in internet governance. Most of building blocks for such codex already exist: transparency, openness, inclusiveness, just to name a few. We should keep in mind that genuine engagement is not only about values, human rights, and democracy. It is a very practical issue. If I can rephrase the old saying, without representation, there is no implementation. And this matters. This matters a lot because the internet shapes a reality of millions worldwide. They have to have a say how the internet is governed. When it comes to policies, implementation, or non-implementation, we are just a click away. Today, with the Marco Civil Act, Brazil has provided us with a very vivid and practical lesson how to create and implement genuine engagement for the benefit of the whole society. And again, not just as a high value of democratic society, but also as a very practical tool to bring all interested around the table. My third proposal is on capacity development. And those who know me, it is very close to my heart. Because the internet governance will remain just a possibility, multi-stakeholder participation will remain just a possibility and not reality if people do not have the ways and means to participate. We need to move from, for example, occasional trainings to something which we can call 360-degree capacity development, where we can help institutions and individuals to engage substantively in internet governance. We need to focus on all those who are missing today in this room, such as digital grassroots movements worldwide or many governments from developing countries. I will just give you one example from our data mining exercise. Only 56 governments have spoken in the Internet Governance Forum since 2006, only the third of the global community. We need to ensure that timely access to relevant information about internet governance is available, and there are already a few initiatives to establish internet governance observatories and platforms. For example, Swiss government initiated Geneva Internet Platform in order to help a growing number of Geneva-based institutions to follow fully IG process. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these three steps, inviolability of rules on file, genuine multi-stakeholder processes, and 360-degree capacity building development could help us rebuild trust quickly and set us on a journey towards more inclusive, reliable, and effective internet governance. Thank you. Obrigado.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask for all the speakers that try, please, to keep the 3 minutes of timing so we have more than 30 exposers in this ceremony. Next, Hanasu Haq Inu, Minister of Information, Bangladesh.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I must congratulate Brazil and President Dilma in organizing this wonderful NETmundial on internet governance. Well, if anyone said in 1950 that the world's great economic powerhouse half a century later would be Japan and Germany, ranked second and third, that person would have been ridiculed. If you argued in 1970 that by 2007, China would be the world's fourth largest economy, the laughter would have been more intense. But it would have been more funnier than arguing in 1800 that US by 1900 would be a world power. Well, that is why nobody will disbelieve now that China will soon become the largest English-speaking country of the world. Having said that, let me take you back to the present-day world. I come from Bangladesh, a country of 160 million. I humbly quote Goldman Sachs that Bangladesh can be the 22nd largest economy in the world by 2025. And it is included in the next 11 after the BRICS nation. Well, which are identified countries that may have the potential one day to emulate the BRIC nations who are forecast to rival developed nations. If I say by 2035, ICT will help bring every person on equal footing and make the world flat. All the international organizations will be democratized. Many may not agree, but it is going to happen. The internet will change the world. Well, it is the world of 3 C's, C, correct, collaborate, and compete. A flat world of internet and communications where there is no boundary. Technology is freedom. Mobile phones empowers a person. ICT is a weapon of mass liberation. But like all technologies, unless it is used in the public interest, it can become a very powerful instrument for political control, creating monopolies, as well as social and economic inequalities. This is what we have to guard against. Everybody are now, therefore, pondering how to master and what to apply ICT. On the other hand, the world has not yet found a plausible answer to the question, who will guard the guardians? How to take away hatred from power? How to isolate those who breed hatred? How to rein in the madness of the market forces? How to link up sustainable economy with green and digital development? How to keep internet open and also govern? But for a better world, we need to find answers. that upholds the rights of the people, and definitely we will. Internet is a shared resource and a global commons available to public, provides voice and voiceless to the voiceless, but today, access to internet is much more expensive for the global south. So cost reduction and also to keep net neutrality is needed. Digital technology is creating a glass house where new moral issues have cropped up. Also, the delicate problem of protecting secrecy, privacy, security of individuals and nation states are necessary. The present-day existing internet governance is therefore inadequate. There is a democracy deficit. For this, the multi-stakeholder model that is being proposed by many is welcome, if the roles and responsibilities of each of these stakeholders is clearly defined. So, any internet governance that leaves all stakeholders on equal footing and with equal responsibilities is asking the governments to abdicate their duties towards citizens. Multi-stakeholder model needs to respect the roles and responsibilities of each stakeholder and anchors it in an international framework or a UN system. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, I would like to repeat what President Dilma said in the UN last September. The time is right to create the conditions to prevent cyberspace from being used as a weapon of war through espionage, sabotage, and attacks against systems and infrastructure of other countries. President Dilma said that in UN, the great potential that the internet has should not be squandered by becoming a new theater of war. If we would ban chemical and biological weapons in the 20th century, there is no reason why 21st century we cannot make cyberspace free of cyber weapons. Well, ladies and gentlemen, internet is a global common, so it is the people's agenda. So we can find a solution if we approach with a policy where we can place and put people before profit, people before power, people before politics and power. Ideas are great arrows, but you need to have a bow to hit the target. And politics is the bow. So the private sector, civil society, technical committee, academia needs to accommodate governments in an international framework which clearly defines the roles of each stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Axel Lemaire, Secretary of State in charge of Digital Affairs, France.
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres,
dear ministers, dear delegates, dear friends, I am very happy to be with you participating in this great conference which President Dilma Rousseff organized. I truly thank her for her reception and for this initiative. I'm going to tell you a secret. This is the first ever travel outside of France within the responsibilities that I've assumed a couple of days ago within the new French government. So,
used to roundtables and raised nameplates. En revanche, ma présence souligne l'engagement français.
But my presence here underlines my will to have a better internet governance. Internet and the digital world have opened a wonderful freedom space, a place of exchange between peoples and between cultures. There's also a potential for an economic dynamics which is unprecedented and which revolves around imagination and innovation. Now, this space, which is a source of all promises, should be a place of sort of like the far west, where the law of the strongest rules us. Do you think so? I don't. I don't think anyone here would agree to that. But as in any freedom space, rights must be affirmed, preserved. They must be accompanied by duties also, of course. That is why the internet will not be a threat, but will be a great opportunity as long as it is related to governance which is collectively thought and which is accepted by all. The French view, which is also that of the European Union, which the commissioner here shared with us, lies on the principles of openness, of public interest, transparency, representativity, inclusion and participation of all stakeholders. That's what we have implemented in France with the creation of the National Digital Council, which relates the civil society to its work. Now, the internet governance must acknowledge the particular place of governments and states, not against the other stakeholders, but because governments and states are the ones who express the voice of those who have no representation, of those who are separated in the global construction of governance. And it is also because democratically appointed states are the only ones to engage and to commit the responsibilities to peoples. That is one of the stakes in the responsibility that we have given to ICANN, and transparency and accountability will be, of course, the guarantee of trust. These principles will ensure collective responsibility on critical internet resources and an equitable share of added value so that the internet will be by all and for all. This governance must also preserve the fundamental rights and freedoms which peoples have obtained in time, such as the freedom of expression, the respect of privacy, of personal data. We cannot go back in our rights in the word of the digital. It is also true for property rights, for instance. We cannot go back. I think of those who speak of geographical limits, such as Amazon, or those who fight for origin names for consumption products. That's true for commercial and trade products because they send us back to a way of life, to who we are and to our cultural specificities, to the reject of the uniformization and to the traceability of the products that consumers ask for. And so we shall not accept for all this to be questioned in the digital environment because it is the digital environment. We have to face a great challenge, which is to face a new multi-stakeholder model, which will be inclusive, fair, which will reject oligarchies or the seizure of power, and which shares the principles of the internet so that the larger number will benefit of it. This conference must lead us there, and we must lead to a renewed governance with an accurate agenda which is quick, swift, and with operational proposals. France, on its side, will strongly commit to the principles of freedom, inclusion, and trust of all, of governments, of companies, of civil organizations, and particularly of individuals, on the factor of growth and progress for the world community. Between universality or division or fracture, internet is what should unite us, and it will allow us to choose together what way to go. Thank you.
Edward Kofi Omane Boama, Minister of Communications, Ghana.
Your Excellencies, for 18 good hours, cumulatively, some of us were in the air to attend this very important meeting, the NETmundial. I'm sure there are a lot of you here who also cumulatively went beyond 18 hours. This could only have been achieved because We trust that the NETmundial will yield the results that will help the internet to integrate our societies, our countries, and the world, and not to disintegrate our societies, our countries, and the world. It is trust that has brought us here, and we believe that by trusting in our abilities to agree on set goals and principles, broad as they may be, we are charting a path for the near future for us to begin to dig into the minute details of what these broad principles must be yielding. The World Summit on Information Society obviously was very, very far-sighted in looking at multi-stakeholderism. And today, if perhaps multi-stakeholderism is the word that is running through every speech that we have heard here, it is a manifestation of the fact that together with the ITU, ICANN, IANA, the private sector, academia, and all other stakeholders that I have not mentioned, we can develop a pathway that can help us to use the internet for the greater good of humanity. I will also talk about the set laws that are important for us to move forward. Agreeably, as we travel to conferences, to meetings, and we sign on protocols, we are very clear in our minds that there are no municipal laws that have extraterritorial applications. And so, as we domesticate these protocols and conventions, and we look broadly at what is happening elsewhere and integrate much more than disintegrating the various laws that we are having, particularly in the area of ensuring cyber peace, we will be able to ensure a much more harmonized internet community. The robustness of the internet in terms of contributing to world peace, in terms of contributing to economic development, in terms of contributing to knowledge sharing, knowledge acquisition, job creation, cannot be overemphasized. This, perhaps, is what maybe led the World Bank, flawed as some may think it is, to think that if you are able to improve on your broadband capacity by 10%, there is likely to be a corresponding about 1.38 percentage point growth in your GDP. If all these are to be assimilated and are to be harnessed for the development of particularly the countries that are also catching up in development, we think that the NETmundial is a perfect opportunity for us to be able to concretize these principles. Beyond the principles, obviously, will be a clear roadmap that will have to respect human rights. And by respect for human rights, we are referring to people who have fallen victims to all forms of data mining and the use of their data without their knowledge in all manner of ways. This obviously is not going to enhance trust that I began my speech by speaking about. We are confident that this trust that we are building here, even if it must become necessary for data to be used, the least that can be done will be to seek the consent of the country or the individuals who data is being used for a particular purpose. We are very clear in our minds that we will leave Sao Paulo not having commenced the World Cup itself, but having commenced the beginning of a discussion, the beginning of a friendship, the beginning of a family that is going to ensure safer internet, that ensures neutrality, including technology neutrality, affordability, universality, and above all, trust in the use of the internet. Thank you.
David Ocampos Negreiros, Minister Secretary, National Secretary of Information Technology, Paraguay.
creo que me queda mejor una silla, pero bueno. Agradezco al gobierno.
I think that it will be better in a chair, but anyway, I would thank the Brazilian government for your invitation. Particularly, I would like to congratulate the organizers, CGI, for the courage, for being bold enough to gather for the first time a forum that should be original, should shed a new light to something, to be different. So we have to review a lot of principles and landmarks that we have already observed in the past. Particularly, I'm interested in everything related to inequality. Inequality in the sense that it is important to care for the rights of those in the net. But it is more important to be concerned, to be worried for those who in 2015 are not part of the net. So we need to put on the table a lot of issues. Some years ago, if you were not on the net, perhaps it was a problem of infrastructure of the country, of the capillarity of the country. But today, and in the years to come, there will be no excuses. There will be not a single citizen to have a cell phone, a mobile phone at hand, so as to have internet connectivity. So the problem to be solved is that citizen that should be connected but is not connected on the basis of an economic problem, because the service is too expensive, because the service is not good enough, as in the case of Paraguay, and we governments should intervene in those cases. Because we should ask, why not to have a free of charge access to internet, to libraries sites, or to government sites, so as to improve and to transfer the cost of that rate. A traffic that does not appear from EXP or something like that. So the signal is for free, but transmission of that has a charge, and is always in private hands. So it's important to highlight all these landmarks, and I will take the opportunity to exchange certain ideas, to be practical, to be objective, so that this is not just expression of wishes. And I congratulate once again the organizers. I'm happy because we're close to Paraguay, but I'm happy because Uruguay will not play in the World Cup. Thank you very much.
Rafał Czakowski, and Digitalization, Poland.
Bom dia. Muito obrigado pelo seu convite.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your invitation. Sorry, but my Portuguese goes only this far, and for the internet, you need accuracy. That's why I'm going to speak in English.
To develop globally recognized internet governance principles and to give the evolution of internet governance momentum it needs. Our aim is clear. It is to preserve and further develop unfragmented, free, and open internet. And the key word here is unfragmented. Regardless of our recent experiences with surveillance, unfragmented is the way to go. The meeting has a clear goal of developing and adopting two sets of issues: internet governance principles and the roadmap. Therefore, it is of the utmost importance that despite certain differences, we do find the consensus and deliver what is expected of this meeting. Poland wants to share its unique experience and practical application of multi-stakeholder model in the decision-making process. Governments and authorities that have not yet noticed the change that has come with development of the internet, namely the need for genuine two-way communication, will face a very difficult lesson to learn. And we will face that lesson together. We in Poland learned that lesson the hard way, primarily on the basis of the ACTA agreement, when people went to the streets to protest against both the contents of the agreement and the way in which it has been negotiated. And the most important lesson for Poland that came with ACTA is that the values and rights enjoyed offline must be observed and protected online. I mean, this message was repeated by your president. This message was repeated by Carl Bildt and others, but we have internalized that in Poland. The other equally important lesson was the deficiency of the cooperation model adopted back then by my government to communicate and consult with the civil society did not work. And I think that that's the lesson that we should all appreciate. We have learned in Poland the importance of dialogue, and such can be had only within the multi-stakeholder model, which is one of the most effective tools geared towards promoting inclusiveness. Therefore, we need to preserve and develop this model as it has proven effective in practice. However, we cannot turn the blind eye to the fact that multi-stakeholder model has some deficiencies and needs improvements. While pondering upon the changes to the current institutional setup, we should keep in mind a principle of do no harm that was suggested in the input paper by my government. Let's improve the system, but while working on it, we cannot compromise the underlying values that made the internet so innovative and efficient. The responsibility for development of the internet and keeping it unfragmented, open and free rests on all of us, and only by working together and delivering the result of this conference, we can achieve this goal. Good luck to us all.
Hessa
Al-Jaber, ministro de TIC, Qatar.
Ministre Hessa Al-Jaber du Qatar.
Thierry Mongala,
ministro de Correos y Telecomunicaciones, República del Congo.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, Mr. Minister of Justice from Brazil, in the name of the government of the Republic of Congo, I would like to thank the government of Brazil and particularly the President Dilma Rousseff to invite us here. This is an historical moment, an historical meeting, and I would like, Mr. Minister, to congratulate you. We saw it on stage. You signed this Marco Civil law, and that was a very important process. There were long discussions, long debates between different actors, civil society, professional sector, industrial sector as well. This is how we should work at the internal level, at the national level. I would just like to say a few words and talk about what Congo is expecting. We're hoping for NETmundial to be a start. To put together an internet which takes into account each and every party and actor. We need to find the right balance. We have to be very careful of what we saw and heard about. And we heard very well what your president, Ms. Rousseff, had to say. This is a virtual space. Internet was at first a virtual space. We had virtual rights, virtual duties. For us, now, the internet is an extension of the real world. And internet is just about everywhere for productions of services, to express our culture, to express our citizenship. And it's very important for the rights of the internet, which are the extension of virtual rights. The rights cannot be virtual. They have to be real rights. That's why we have to talk about the evaluation of the process, the evaluation of our work at NETmundial, the evaluation of our debate. Make sure we are on the right path, and we're making some strong decision that is going to regulate internet in an inclusive fashion. And I would like to conclude by I heard Ms. Namonka earlier during the opening ceremony, and she said that internet today was excluding 2/3 of the world population. In Congo, in the center of Africa, unfortunately, most of the population does not have access to the internet. We have rights, we have duties for people who do have access to the internet. With the help of the global community, we have to help out the poorest in the world so that they have access to the internet, so that the digital divide doesn't exist anymore. That is why in Congo, we work at it, and we hope to gather all the energies, the civil society, the government, and the industry. We have the AFNIC, which did elaborate some text and laws. AFNIC is going to be able to be very inclusive to fight against cybercrime. And with AFNIC, we have to put together infrastructures. We need some telecom infrastructures in Congo, and we have to make sure that far away in the rural areas of Congo and in other places of the world, we have to make sure we can find the internet all over the nation, all over the place. I would like to conclude in the name of the government of Congo to hope that we're not just going to talk, but we're going to come up with right and real decisions. Thank you very much.
Nikolai Nikiforov, Minister of Communications and Mass Media, Russia.
Your Excellency, dear, first I would like to thank the Brazilian administration for hosting this conference. I would also like to greet all the participants of this meeting because it's devoted to a very important issue, which is a discussion of utmost important subject, which is the improvement of current internet governance model that, in our view, is experiencing serious crisis. It is obvious that today the international community needs urgent, coordinated, and effective action aimed at improvement of the current model of internet governance. I would like to emphasize that our state is indeed viewing civil society as an important partner and ally in building balanced and secure internet ecosystem which respects human rights. Over the last years, many forms and methods of such cooperation have produced good results. We share the view that the model of internet governance should include all stakeholders in the process. This point was reflected in G8 Deauville Declaration of 2011. However, we believe that the roles of all stakeholders, including governments, in this process should be determined. Being subject to international law, states act as guarantors of rights and freedoms for the citizens, play a key role in economy, security and stability of the internet information infrastructure, and undertake measures to prevent, detect, and deter illegal actions in the global network. The participation of governments within their mandate in internet governance will help to resolve the following issues. The use of the internet involving mass violation of human rights and fundamental freedoms, which contradicts both national legislation and international law and undermines confidence in the global network. Lack of balance between ensuring security in the internet and respect for human rights. The absence of a single center or platform to develop intergovernmental policy and international standards in the field of proper internet governance. The Russian Federation proceeds from the assumption that the internet should remain an open and unfragmented global source, so with fair and truly international governance, which should be able to engender trust, equal capabilities for economic development and confidence for everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are moreover concerned about insufficient level of coordination of international, regional, and national efforts in the field of internet governance. Unfortunately, activities on harmonization of national legislation, the internalization and expansion of internet agreements, treaties, and conventions in the field of internet governance are not properly defined and not focused in a single stream. Some issues of internet governance are divided among various organizations, and there is little coordination in addressing these questions. For example, the Internet Governance Forum, IGF, is not responsible for development and adoption of global policy on internet governance, and according to its format, IGF cannot be endowed with such role. ICANN has no intentionally agreed upon mandate for providing such activity either. Its functions are limited, yes, to controlling of critical internet resources. Besides, ICANN is not a globally respected international governmental organization, which automatically rules out complying with the principles of states' equality in the sphere of internet governance. Specific international structure aimed at development and introduction of international norms and other standards on internet governments to national laws and provision of coordination and interrelation of relevant international structures, institutional organizations, and other fora can be created for realization of these objectives within the framework of the UN or ITU can be vested with these functions as relevant international organization. Dear Chairman, dear ladies and gentlemen, during the meeting, the Russian Federation is ready to discuss various ideas and proposals which can, in perspective, help to create secure, open, and effective model of internet governments based on globally agreed upon norms and standards. I would like to note that the contribution of the Russian Federation, which was set to the NETmundial organizers in advance, reflects legal, political, institutional, and technical issues faced by citizens of our country, civil society, and contains specific suggestions for a new model of internet governments meeting the interests of the majority of states. NETmundial outcome document should underline the role of governments in internet governance process, provide the role of governments to define and conduct state policies, including international policies on internet governments, ensure security of national internet segment, and regulate its domestic telecommunications and national internet segments. The outcome document would not have any added value without these basic principles. We cannot see a possibility for consensus between different approaches and views as regards internet governments. This was shown also in the drafts of the output document, where a lot of the statements contradict each other. In this case, as a compromise, we would like to suggest having an output document in the form of the report or vision of the chairman. In conclusion, I want to reiterate that we will continue to pursue a line to strengthen international cooperation in the field of internet governments. Our contribution will remain constructive and substantial. Thank you for your attention.
Philibert Nexigama, Ministry of Youth and ICT, Rwanda.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Rwanda extends its appreciation to the government of Brazil and the organizers for championing and hosting this historic event. We also recognize the efforts and the contributions that the entire internet community, from the initial founders of the internet to the recent innovators, have made. We applaud the endeavors of scientists, user communities, governments, the private sector, and the civil society that has shaped the internet and grown it into the 21st century knowledge economy and society infrastructure as we know it today. My country, since the year 2000, has decided to position ICTs at the center of our economic development and social transformation. It becomes therefore very critical that the global community agrees on how to design and enforce policies that will result into an internet that everyone can trust, an infrastructure that will keep attracting public and private investments that are needed to deliver its promises to the next 5 billion people in the world. A platform that will keep extending world-class education and life-saving healthcare services to the most remote and resource-constrained places of the world. An ecosystem that will continue to generate jobs, economic growth, and prosperity for nations. A system that preserves and enriches cultures, and most importantly, an environment that enhances peace, security, stability, and human dignity in a fast-changing world. The challenges that traditional governance models have faced and are still facing today, in my view, are nothing but a growth crisis that should not be put to waste, but rather embraced and transformed into an unprecedented opportunity. Indeed, through NETmundial, I see a new way of looking at how global governance systems work. It is encouraging to note that there is a consensus that is rapidly emerging on the approach that should be used to govern the internet. Principles such as equal participation, mutual respect, inclusiveness, transparency, and openness are very fundamental. The government of Rwanda is committed to fostering the development of domestic internet governance policies that recognize that individual and community rights that are enforced offline are also respected online. And this is particularly true for our children and our future. We recognize that this meeting is an important milestone in shaping the internet governance of the future. However, for a global platform like this to evolve to maturity, it is of paramount importance that its building blocks, which are the national internet governance frameworks, are inspired and driven by the same spirit. The governance platform whose shape will emerge from this meeting will be only trusted in as far as it will be seen to be accountable to the people of the world through their elected representatives, especially governments. It is important to recognize that this debate is just in its debut. At the same time, some of the issues at hand, such as security, privacy, and trust, are pressing. It is therefore my hope that this NETmundial produce an actionable blueprint for internet governance. And as we know, in IT, nothing happens until you press the enter button. So let's not wait another 5 years or 2 years, even 1 year, to hit that button. NETmundial, happening this time of the year in Brazil. Its name was such a smart choice of brand to initiate the dialogue and carry our aspirations forward. The people of Rwanda and the President of the Republic of Rwanda extend their best wishes to the people and President of Brazil for a successful organization of the Football Mundial 2014. The same spirit of brotherhood and fair play that has made the Mundial the largest human party is what I see being born here. There is one exception, however. At the final of the Soccer Mundial, there will be one winner who will celebrate, and there will be a loser who will have learned a lesson the hard way. I call on all of us today to play here such that at the end of the NETmundial, we are all winners. Thank you so very much.
Abdullah Abdulaziz Al Dahab, Communications and Information Technology, Saudi Arabia.
The Excellency Chairman of the meeting, and Your Excellencies, the Ministers and the heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, peace upon you and good afternoon. In the beginning, first, I would like to thank the Brazilian administration for hosting this conference. There is no doubt that the Internet has proved to be an effective tool for enhancing all aspects of life. That's why the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was keen to provide high-speed internet services to all citizens and residents in all populated areas of the country, including remote areas at the kingdom. Based on this, the government has not only pursued a privatization program for the ICT sector, but it has also funded major projects to ensure that high-quality voice and internet services are provided quickly and at affordable prices. Saudi Arabia has expressed its support for the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance as defined in the Tunis Agenda. Lengthy discussions to all the stakeholder groups contributed in result of the number of important WSIS outcomes related to internet governance. This concept of the respective rules of the various stakeholder groups is central to the definition of internet governance, and this is an essential when we talk about the stakeholder term. It is very important according to Tunis Agenda, and it is also important that the NETmundial reaffirm the various roles and responsibilities of all stakeholders as identified in the WSIS outcomes. Among those outcomes is that international public policy is this, in regard to internet, is the right of governments, and that public policy should be developed by all governments on an equal footing. Despite its status and legitimacy, when we look into Tunis Agenda, but many elements of the Tunis Agenda have not been implemented, and we find it very unfortunate, therefore, that the NETmundial draft documents lean towards maintaining the status quo in which of the internet, which is not satisfactory. So not to determine the responsibilities, for example, and roles of various stakeholders based on what we agreed upon in WSIS. And also the drafts of NETmundial neglect WSIS outcomes, in particular, also that will not be implemented so far, especially providing cooperation process that need to be enable governments to carry out their role in international public policy. There is also there wasn't also anything mentioned in the NETmundial draft about the need to avoid unilateral control of internet policy by any single entity or government. So the world looks forward truly international intergovernance. And we find also that the drafts of NETmundial do not fairly consider or reflect all submitted contributions, and they emphasize several issues or relatively minor importance. We look to NETmundial documents to be revised so that they will reaffirm and be consistent with the WISE's outcomes and reflect all received contributions in a transparent and balanced manner. Finally, we share the views that have been expressed that the status of the NETmundial draft documents should be considered as the chairman's views only. Wishing everyone great success, and thank you very much.
Diego Canepa, President Deputy Secretary, Uruguay. Michael Denio, Special Assistant to the President and Cybersecurity Coordinator, USA.
Ministers, members of civil society and industry, and other distinguished guests, good afternoon. The United States appreciates the tremendous work and effort that went into putting together NETmundial. Together with our Brazilian hosts and the rest of the global internet community, we are here to pursue the continued thoughtful evolution of the internet governance ecosystem. We appreciate that in its conception and execution, NETmundial is a multi-stakeholder event. And we welcome the proposed outcome document's embrace of the multi-stakeholder processes and institutions as the first and foremost principle for internet governance going forward. My colleagues and I from the Departments of Commerce and State are here at NETmundial because we are committed to the potential of the internet to continue and further evolve as a catalyst for social, political, and economic development worldwide. We are here because we believe in the individuals and innovators that operate, enable, and use the internet, from New York to Delhi, and to almost every nation on the planet in between. We are here, most importantly, because we believe in this community's use of the multi-stakeholder institutions to enable successful internet governance. Working together, this community is far better equipped to meet the challenges and opportunities that the internet presents than any single stakeholder group could possibly accomplish alone. But there are some who would like to use the recent disclosures about our signals intelligence programs as an excuse to upend the successful multi-stakeholder approach and the openness it promotes in favor of a state-driven system that impedes it. We applaud NETmundial and the multi-stakeholder gatherings like it in their resistance to this challenge. There should be no doubt that we take seriously the concerns that have been raised about users' trust as a result of the unauthorized disclosures. And as President Obama said in his January speech, we continue to undertake significant reforms in connection with our signals intelligence activities and are continuing to work to that end. No one should doubt our commitment to the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance and our support for efforts like NETmundial to strengthen and evolve it. We have important work to undertake here this week. Let us focus our work on building consensus on the evolution of the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance so that when we leave NETmundial, we are united behind principles for the future of internet governance. We are building on a common framework rooted in that multi-stakeholder system, and we are dedicated to strengthening and promoting the economic development, innovation, and exercise of human rights that the global internet makes possible. Our delegation looks forward to working collaboratively with this extraordinary group of stakeholders to do just that. Thank you very much.
Joseph Aludef, Private Sector.
Ministers, Excellencies, fellow participants and stakeholders. We congratulate Brazil on the organization and warm hospitality of the NETmundial meeting. NETmundial resulted from a confluence of rather unique events that provided an opportunity to host a meeting to help further consensus and dialogue on issues that are being worked on in many global fora. The success of NETmundial is not measured in declarations or new commitments, but rather in the crystallization of consensus across stakeholder groups. Success is likewise measured by the level of participation in the meeting, both physical and virtual. Success is also constructed on the dialogue on those issues which may not even be ripe for consensus or which may be beyond the scope of what could be accomplished in even the most ambitious meeting that will take place over 2 days. We note the point from Commissioner Cruz, and we agree with the fact that, in fact, we do agree on more issues than we disagree on, and that is a positive benefit that we should embrace. NETmundial has equally demonstrated a future-oriented and generous spirit by specifically indicating that it exists for the benefit of all through outcomes that are not ends in itself, but rather inputs to other existing processes with the hope of providing important reflections on issues of great currency. We are gratified by the strong support that NETmundial has evidenced for the meaningful and inclusive participation of stakeholders, taking into account needed skills and capacities for certain topics, as well as the functional and operational requirements of the Internet and its governance mechanisms. We also recognize the importance of the dialogue on how to most appropriately include the concerns of those who may be impacted by Internet governance issues but may not be able to directly participate in relevant conversations. We finally note the need for inclusiveness and further dialogue on how to reach out to less and least developed economies, citizens, and small businesses whose voices have not always been heard because they may not have been able to take advantage of the opportunity to participate. We are meeting pursuant to the recent NTIA announcement related to the transition of its stewardship role and highlight the importance of the conditions set forth for the transition, including the essential multi-stakeholder nature of its successor as part of the concepts which should be reflected in any of the related statements in the roadmap. We are equally gratified by the strong support for the continued importance and validity of the IGF, as well as the constructive dialogue on how to strengthen it and increase its relevance while not undermining its essential character. We note the importance of addressing issues of concern related to Internet governance faced by developing countries for which there is no solution readily apparent. We believe that innovative solutions may be developed by leveraging new technologies to be able to provide a comprehensive resource related to work being done across global fora on these issues in a way that it is more usefully searchable. NETmundial has covered a broadly and ambitious scope of issues, including a number of important societal and human rights issues. We recognize the importance of those issues in the formation and implementation of Internet governance policies and mechanisms, but would differentiate them from the principles of Internet governance themselves. We all agree that these societal and human rights issues must be addressed both offline and online and form the ecosystem within which we operate. Questions related to how we classify these issues should not be taken as any disagreement of their importance or need to be addressed. NETmundial has also stressed the importance of the continued security, stability, resilience, and operational functionality of the Internet. We note the need to maintain the unified end-to-end nature of the Internet as a platform for innovation powered by cross-border and global flows of information. We further highlight the importance of globally accepted consensus-based voluntary standards in maintaining the Internet as a flexible, responsive, and interoperable platform for innovation. We look forward to the dialogue and drafting that will occur over the next day and a half and hope that all stakeholders approach these discussions with an open mind in search of the middle ground of consensus and the needed humility to hear different points of view without prejudice. Thank you.
Once again, we kindly ask for all the speakers to try to keep the 3-minute that was established for each presentation so we don't delay our programming. Next, Norberto Berger, Secretary of Communications of the Ministry of Federal Planning, Public Investments and Service, Argentina.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenos días.
Hello, good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Just wait a minute. I will set my stopwatch so as to be as close as possible to the 3-minute limitation. It is really an honor to be here and proud to be here for me and for the Argentines that are here representing the private and the public sector, the civil society. And really, I want to thank our Brazilian brothers, the Brazilian people. I would like to stay here for the World Cup as well, but this is really a very important event. And from Argentina, what we have to contribute is, of course, to strengthen and to keep on contributing from our region, from South America. That is, as you know, a region that is expanding, is growing, and certainly is living under a peaceful environment. And we have leaders such as Dilma, Lula, and President Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner, Michelle Bachelet, the President of Uruguay, Mr. Mujica. I mean, we're living a very wonderful time, and this is why we are so relaxed when we say that within the framework of internet, and internet of course should be secure, because what happens on the internet happens in our lives. When you hire something, when you buy something over the internet, it is the virtual world, but it certainly exists. If you lose money on the internet, you lose money in your real life. So this is something that we have to address. And as it was said before, there are millions of people that do not have access to the internet, and we hope that this is just a matter of time. Since this is gaining momentum at all levels, in all countries, infrastructure is being developed, and this is key so that any internet governance model will be trustworthy, so that the internet we dreamed of will be inclusive, available for everybody. This goes on top of an infrastructure so that all inhabitants in the world may have access to this technology, because otherwise it would be just a discussion around a coffee table, and this is not the case. So within that framework, and considering what is happening in our region, we know what is the role of the states. Sometimes there are tough debates about whether such or that regulatory scheme should be applied, and we're speaking about telecommunications. So the regulation is something natural to telecommunications. It's not something that we should be afraid of, but on the contrary. So within that framework, we, the states, have the obligation, it's not only the right, we have the obligation, the democratic states, to participate at all levels, at all instances, because we must ensure to our peoples inclusion, security, human rights. And so we have to participate in all the process, throughout the process, of course, considering and listening to what all the other stakeholders have to say, because otherwise we'll be in a position whether there will be bills of rights or declaration of principles or whatever, but if the states are not involved, actively involved and timely involved, there will be delays in the implementation. And so, without wanting it, will we expanding the digital gap instead of bridging it away. So for all of you who have traveled hours and hours, we're quite close to Brazil, but thank you very much to all of you that have come this far, and it's an honor, and I'm proud, I repeat, of being here. So I hope that in the next hours we will be able to draft a document that will include more inclusion, more development, and more democracy. Thank you to all of you.
Yu Xiao, Vice Minister of Science, ICT, and Future Planning, Republic of Korea.
Distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the representative of Government of the Republic of Korea, I would first like to congratulate CGI and OneNet for your efficiency in organizing this important meeting on Internet governance and providing the global community a much-needed forum for discussing its future. A large number of contributions providing valuable perspectives on the principle and roadmap demonstrate the widespread global sentiment that the principles and roadmaps of the Internet ecosystem will have a major impact on the global community as a whole. And Korea welcomes this opportunity to contribute to this process. We also welcome the recent announcement by the NTIA to transfer its stewardship of the IANA to the global community. Most of the contributions to this meeting voice the need to globalize IANA, and we note that the timely announcement of the US government has enabled us to move forward in a more efficient manner, engaging in relatively concrete discussions on this matter during this short 2-day meeting. We were satisfied that some of the major principles that most of the contributors identified were generally in line with the principles that the Korean government had emphasized in our contribution document, and feel that we will be able to achieve consensus on some of the critical issues during this meeting. The major themes of human rights, infrastructure, governance process, and standard were generally addressed in our principles of accessibility, multi-stakeholderism, engagement, security, and balance. Korea is firmly committed to ensuring the rights of people as well as to enabling transparent and open participation for all, while ensuring the stability and resilience of the Internet. Particularly, we hope that one of the issues that we raised, that of flexibility, would be the subject of robust discussion during this meeting. We note that although multi-stakeholderism is a widely accepted principle, there are various definitions of what it means and how we should operate. In this regard, we would like to propose the concept of flexibility that may be used in this process. For example, we believe that governments and bodies that have been selected by their citizens and therefore have the responsibility to protect their rights as well as their safety. Thus, some instances, the administrative power of government may be critical in bringing about substantive results. We hope to see more discussion on this matter during the next 2 days. We believe, however, that 2 days is an extremely limited time frame and that we may not be able to agree on all of the issues. But reflecting on the cooperative spirit that is contained in most of the contributions, we would like to express our optimism in the consensus-driven mindset of the participants of this meeting, and that this meeting will make us all realize the commonalities we share are stronger than our differences. At the end of 2013 Seoul Conference on Cyberspace, we concluded that there is a need to strengthen global cooperation in order to achieve overall development for the human society through an open and secure cyberspace. In this regard, we are committed to ensuring that this spirit is maintained in the future meeting, such as the ITU plenipotentiary that will be held this October in Busan, Korea. We look forward to engaging in further discussions with the global community. Thank you very much.
Elmir Valizada, Vice.
Elmir Valizada, Viceministro de Comunicaciones de Azerbaiyán. Wilfredo González Vidal, Viceministro de Comunicaciones de Cuba.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. Chair, members of the Presidency, and dear guests, we thank the government of Brazil for organizing the meeting, and I repeat the acknowledgement by the President of Cuba in the last second summit of the Community of Latin America and the Caribbean States for developing this initiative. We think that this may give an impulse to the materialization of the decisions of the World Summit of the Information Society and to reach an international internet governance model that is more fair, more secure, and appropriate for everybody. The information and communication technologies have the potential of providing new solutions to the problems of development, particularly in the context of globalization, and may promote economic growth, competitiveness, access to information and knowledge, as well as eradication of poverty and social inclusion. This is why there is an urgent need to continue fighting to overcome the obstacles that are faced by developing countries to have access to new technologies, such as the lack of resources, infrastructure, education, capacity, investment, as well as everything related to security and intellectual property and transfer of technology. In this respect, this debate is not new. It has been discussed since the second phase of the World Summit on Information Society in 2005, where it was agreed that all governments should have an equal commitment and responsibility for the governance of Internet. As it was expressed by our president in the second summit of CELAC, and I quote, "Another issue of a great concern because of its potential to generate international conflict is the undercover and illegal use by individuals, organizations, and states of the information systems of other nations to attack third countries. Some governments have also expressed the possibility of responding to those attacks with conventional weapons. The only path to prevent and fight these new threats is the mutual cooperation among all states, as well as to prevent the cyberspace from becoming a theater of military operations." End of quote. So we think that the document proposed is an essential base for discussion, and so after the discussions to be developed, it may be a step forward to materializing the significant aspects of the information society to which we aspire with a democratic and non-excluding capacity. Additionally, we suggest that, among others, the acknowledgement for the need to be able to address the difficulties and threats of the use of ITC with objectives that are not compatible to the purpose of maintaining stability and international security and may negatively affect the integrity of infrastructures of the state in detriment of security should be included. There are some examples that illustrate the urgent need to regulate and to make an appropriate use of Internet. We may mention an espionage and analysis of all communications around the world, including head of states and governments, as well as the Sunsunea project, recently disclosed by the AP press agency, that was created to generate destabilization situations in Cuba, to generate changes in our political order. This action is an example of aggression with the use of technologies of information and communication and a flagrant violation of international law and sovereignty of the state. So, Mr. President, we are willing to achieve the objectives of this willing, and we are willing as well to exchange and evaluate solutions that are satisfactory for all countries involved. Thank you very much.
José Ricardo Quiroga, viceministro de Telecomunicaciones del Ecuador.
Hola a todos.
Hello, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking the Brazilian government for this initiative. They have gathered us all here to discuss this important topic. I would also like to commend the Brazilian government for having approved the most advanced internet governance legal framework. Ecuador is a country favoring law. We have a vocation for law. Our constitution establishes that nature has rights. Ecuador, perhaps, is the only country where water is a right that has rights. So our country is in favor of rights. Ecuador is at the forefront of fundamental rights, and we strongly advocate economic, social, and cultural rights. Ecuador was one of the countries that proposed to support Brazil and Germany in November 2013 in the approval of the resolution of the UN General Assembly entitled The Right to Privacy in the Digital Age. And we rejected very strongly mass surveillance of internet and its terrible consequences for citizens and governments. Until now, our priority in Ecuador has been to pay a historic debt that we had to our citizens. We worked strongly to reduce the digital divide. We fought against digital illiteracy. We worked in favor of inclusion. We have the Manual Espejo project that has succeeded in including people with disabilities into the national economy. We are working strongly to reach out to the knowledge economy that will allow us to have serious transformations in our economy. We have had major investment in the construction of IT labs in schools. We established a huge fiber optics network over the last 6 years. We extended the fiber optics network to 35,000 kilometers. We have also installed free of charge IT centers where people can have free access to the internet, where our citizens are receiving training in order to be part of the global knowledge economy. We have democratized the use of telecommunications services. We have achieved a significant improvement in the speed of internet service as well as in the cost of internet services. We support open source software. Since 2008, the priority use of open source software or free software has been given the status of public policy. I think we are one of the few examples in the world. But our new challenge is human rights in the digital age. In that regard, we support the national and regional plans based on information sovereignty, like COSI plan. We support, in that regard, the creation of the internet ring that is going to link our countries in the region, and we applaud Brazil's initiative among the BRICS countries with a cable that is going to connect them all. And as another token of our consistency in the principles that we uphold, Ecuador 2 years ago made the decision of giving asylum to one of the key persons to understand the dimension and the seriousness of mass surveillance on internet, Julian Assange, an Australian citizen. Julian Assange. In this document, we believe that there should be a clear statement of principles and also of actions and goals that need to be pursued as part of the roadmap. As President Dilma said, the strength of this mechanism has to be the result of the combination of the role of multi-stakeholders in a multilateral approach with differentiating roles and responsibilities. We believe that democratic internet governance based on the framework of rights has to be anchored on an international legal tool with a binding character. We will not be able to have an internet where human rights are respected unless we condemn mass surveillance. And in conclusion, if this meeting believes this is useful or relevant, Ecuador shows its availability to host the next edition of this event, because it is very important to give continuity to this process, to give global citizenship and advance rights framework in the age of internet.
Vinay Quatra, Deputy Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs, India.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to join the others in thanking the government of Brazil for organizing this unique conference and for inviting India to participate in the deliberations on key aspects of internet governance. As Government of India's official position and views on the agenda, including the internet governance and the roadmap ahead, are already contained in our submission to the Brazil conference, we would limit ourselves to just making a few main points here. But let me first of all congratulate Brazil on approval of Marco Civil. For India, internet has been a catalyst of change, propelling economic growth, enabling extended governance outreach, positively influencing the lives of its people, and building new narratives for India and its society. Indeed, internet has been transformative for India. Equally, however, as our Honorable Minister for Communications and Technology said at Baku in 2012, India is important for internet. With over 200 million internet users, soon going to cross about 500 million in coming couple of years, over 900 million mobile telephone subscribers, and a thriving and robust internet ecosystem, India is well poised and willing to play an important and constructive role in evolving the global internet governance ecosystem and in the process make it more credible. While the world has indeed benefited enormously from the growth of the internet, making it effectively a global commons, we also cannot ignore several serious strategic and policy challenges that this domain presents. This conference is recognition of these challenges. Some of these would include lack of truly representative and democratic nature of the existing systems of internet governance, including the management of critical internet resources, leading to a trust deficit in the system. Need for the internet governance ecosystem to be sensitive to the cultures and national interests of all nations, not just of a select set of stakeholders. Apparent inability of the current structures of internet governance to respond to some of the core and strategic concerns of the member states. Need to broad base and internationalize the institutions that are invested with authority to manage or regulate the internet. Need to ensure security of the cyberspace and institutionalize safeguards against misuse of the protection of internet users, and at the same time also ensure the free flow and access to information essential to a democratic society. In this regard, there is perhaps need to frame a new cyber jurisprudence. The elements of India's approach on internet governance respond to its growing complexity and rests in supporting the dynamism, security, and openness of a single and unified cyberspace. We also support innovation, creativity, and of course, robust private sector investments to augment Internet's continuing growth and evolution. For it to be globally acceptable and credible, we also seek, as Tunis Agenda states very clearly, the Internet governance system to be representative and democratic, rather than being managed by a few, with a full involvement of governments, the private sector, civil society, and international organizations. Given its profound importance, there is also a need for the various facets of the Internet governance, including the core Internet infrastructure, to be anchored in appropriate international legal framework. Going forward, we remain open to holding regular dialogues on these issues with relevant international partners. We, of course, recognize the important role that various stakeholders play in cyber domain and welcome involvement of all legitimate stakeholders in deliberative and decision-making process. Internet is used for transactions of core economic, civil, and defense assets at national level. And in the process, countries are placing their core national security interests in this medium. Now, with such expansive coverage of states' activities through the Internet, the role of the governments in Internet governance, of course, in close collaboration and consultation with other stakeholders, is an imperative that cannot be ignored. Additionally, given the important role that non-government stakeholders play, there should also be a clear delineation of principles governing their participation, including their accountability, representativeness, transparency, and inclusiveness. Clearly, it makes it even more important for us to define the multi-stakeholderism. Lastly, we appreciate the work done by the Secretariat in bringing out the draft of the outcome document. We can appreciate the enormity of their task, given the huge divergence of views on these important issues. On our part, however, we would have surely liked to see some of important principles and ideas highlighted in our submission and also mentioned by many other countries reflected in the outcome document. As is the practice, we feel that going forward, Chairman's summary could be attempted to capture the wide variety of views. Such an approach would be credible and also provide scope for further improvements in future discussions. In the end, we'd just like to say that in our deliberations over the next couple of days, we look forward to constructively engaging with other delegations in collectively contributing in making the Internet open, dynamic, and secure, and its governance balanced between rights and responsibilities for all its stakeholders. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Bangbang Heru Tiahono, Vice Minister of ICT Applications of the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, Indonesia.
The Excellencies, the Ministers, distinguished delegation, ladies and gentlemen. The Indonesian government highly appreciates the initiative of the Brazilian government to host the global multi-stakeholder meeting on Internet governance. It has to be noted that during the 8th Internet Governance Forums in Bali, Indonesia, one of the issues raised was the importance of the Internet governance. A special attention was given as how the global Internet governance can accommodate the jurisdiction of all countries, and hence will help that the Internet activities in related countries comply to their legal systems that might be very much different from one to another. In the discussion, it was raised that this goal can also be achieved through cyber ethics approach, as long as all countries recognize the cultural and legal system of other countries. However, it seems that this approach has to be supported by other measures to success. Ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to all the above discussion, it is clear that cyber jurisdiction, which is needed for all countries to enforce their cyber sovereignty, is an important issue in high need to be discussed intensively and globally. Since internet governance is a global multi-stakeholder activity, then it is clear that the discussion in this meeting in Brazil is of paramount importance. Indonesia is in the position to propose that the internet governance should be arranged such that the cyber jurisdiction and hence the cyber sovereignty of all countries can be achieved. However, since the internet governance is a multi-stakeholder activity and ICANN is a very central in this activity, then the meeting in Brazil, attended not only by ICANN, but also by almost all important stakeholders, will be an important place to raise and discuss the issue. Several basic understanding by multi-stakeholder that can be followed by real action can be an important step forward achieving a global convention. It is proposed that several possible immediate action by multi-stakeholders can be carried out as a result of discussing during this meeting. First, in regards to Government Advisory Committee, the GAC of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Name and Number, ICANN, should be strengthened. It has to be a place for a continuous discussion among all countries and ICANN management, and its decision can then be followed up by ICANN. Hence, a strong secretariat to support the GAC as well as committed from all GAC members is necessary. Second, the presence of ICANN regionally or even in country seems to be necessary to support a global internet governance accommodating multi-stakeholder from all countries. This, of course, needs the active support from all countries too. The importance of the ICANN representative in the related countries will be very important, especially if the local ICANN also carry out related ICANN activity for the country, such as providing IP numbers, domain names, redelegation, etc. This in turn will hopefully accommodate the legal system in each country for global internet activity. With the above action, which hopefully can be discussed further in detail in the next GAC meeting, it is intended that a better internet governance which accommodates the jurisdiction and sovereignty of all countries can be realized. Thank you.
Phil Filippo, Permanent Secretary of Transport and Communications, Marshall Islands. Pedro Huichalaf, Subsecretario de Comunicaciones.
Pedro Huichalaf from
Undersecretary of Communications, Chile.
David Johnson, Academia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am from the Academy, but I am here as a netizen. I believe all of us are here as netizens. This meeting is a signal testimony to the fact that there is a real global internet polity composed of those who want the net to flourish and grow and remain free and open. As has been said, we share more values than disagreements. The multi-stakeholder model poses a hard question for governments because it asks them to participate in a process that they do not exclusively control, and to recognize that when netizens do come to consensus on some few global rules, by whatever institutional means, the government should defer, as should the netizens as a whole. The case for deferral is found in the nature of the multi-stakeholder process itself, properly implemented. By relying on consensus as formed in an open process, multi-stakeholderism assures that everyone has not just a voice, not just an explanation of decisions made in a top-down, centralized way, but enough of a veto to make their reasonable interest, to require that their reasonable interests be taken into account, that they are part of a decision-making process. And the need for consensus also helps to identify when we really need a global rule, or when diverse views suggest that decisions ought to be made at a more local level, in various senses of the word local. Lack of consensus is not necessarily a bad thing. We can tolerate diverse views and local regimes. That is what I believe most netizens believe about multi-stakeholders, and that is what I think our principles could help to make possible. Multi-stakeholderism also asks a hard thing of non-governmental individuals and institutions that we have created or will create to guide and encourage consensus-based multi-stakeholder processes. We must not take lack of agreement, lack of consensus, as a failure or as an excuse to make top-down rules. We must ask ourselves and these institutions to constrain our own and their own powers so as to assure that the few centralized technological and contractual levers that we and they control cannot be abused. We must create mechanisms that assure that whatever global rules emerge from the internet governance processes have the consent of the governed. And that is what the roadmap that we create could help to achieve. So I welcome you all in the spirit of global netizenship as a fellow netizen, with the hope that we will all enter into these discussions with the common goal of preserving and empowering the global polity of netizens that we have jointly created. Thank you.
The Minister of Justice from Brazil, José Eduardo Cardoso.
On behalf of President Dilma Rousseff, I would like to thank all the speakers with their analysis and reflections. So to close the session, I would like to thank all of those who participated, and I wish you a good lunch. We will be back at 3:30. Thank you very much.